Friday the South Band. George James on the beat.
Told the spoon to get your information. Told the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You wanna get a news update? To spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
Told the spoon to get
Yes, what
your
you are.
information. Told the spoon to be
Yes,
part
what you
of
are.
our discussion.
Batileo.
Spoon television.
Yes, what you are. Batileo.
Spoon radio station.
Yeah.
Spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. George James on the beat.
Told the spoon to get your information. Told the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bati leo.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you bati leo.
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
Tonto Spoon. To get
Yes,
your
what you
information.
want?
Tonto Spoon. To be
Yes, what you want? Batileo.
Spoon. Spoon Television.
Yes, what you batileo.
Spoon radio station.
Yeah.
Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Tonto Spoon to get your information. Tonto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Well, it's another beautiful day in Liberia. I'd like to welcome all of you across the world. Thanks for joining us on another great edition of the program, One on One with the CEO. This is a program that comes your way once a week. It introduces, the issues for the rest of the week. From this show, the headlines, the talking points, and everything get to be derived, and that's why we make sure we bring you nothing less than the best right here every single Sunday evening. I'd like to welcome all of you. Thanks for joining us tonight. This is your program, One on One with the CEO. We are live tonight on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are relaying this program tonight. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Many thanks to Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipia, Nimba County, the folks in just right next door, Margibi County, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. Thanks to the team there as well for making sure that Liberians across the country are informed, regardless of where they are, on several frequencies across the country. We come to you live every evening right here on maybe Spoon Talk or One on One with the CEO like you have now. So I'd like to welcome you. Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. It's going to be a great show tonight. Get glued to your radio. Those of you joining us on the different frequencies across the country. In case you are joining us live online, as a matter of fact, we stream the program. We bring the program to you live across the internet on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. In case you're following via radio and you want to join us on the YouTube on our YouTube handle, just type in Spoon Talk Live. Go to YouTube, type in Spoon Talk Live, and you're gonna see us there. Follow the program, engage, make your inputs in the comment section. And yes, we're also live on Facebook. Our Facebook handle our Facebook handles tonight are Spoon TV with over 500,000 followers. We're also live on Fabric TV on Facebook and also Super TV. So thanks to everyone for joining us. It's going to be a great show tonight. As always, One-on-One with the CEO tonight brings to you live Councilor Tiawan Gonglo. He's going to be the guest. former standard bearer, or should we say standard bearer of the Liberian People's Party, a permanent Liberian lawyer, one-time labor minister, a one-time Liberia Bar Association president, and of course, Councillor Tiawon Gonglo is a landed councillor. One of Liberia's brightest legal minds. That the country can boast of. He's gonna be here tonight, and as you know, there has been lots of issues across the country over the time for the past couple of weeks, over a month, pretty close to 2 months now. You will be amazed to know how fast time would fly, but pretty close to 2 months now. There has been the brouhaha, the hula baloo going on at you want to say all three branches of government. Started with the legislature, spread over to the executive. Now the judiciary is involved. There are so many questions about the litigation, the constitutionality of everything that's unfolding at this particular point. So yes, that's why it's very important tonight. Councillor Tiawon Gonglo is going to be here. You're going to listen to him weigh in from the legal perspective on some of the happenings in the country. So it's going to be informative tonight. The best you can do is to get glued to your radio, grab a one bucket of popcorn. Don't take just one. No, grab one bucket of popcorn and just sit next to your radio on just watching your TV as you see the boom breaker. When you see the boom breaker in this mood, you know that it's going to be firing. So as we await the CEO and the rest of the team to come on tonight, it's going to be great. The co-host, Mr. Adula Katamba, is going to be coming on with the rest of the team. So thanks for joining us tonight. And in case you just joined in, kindly share the program as you come on tonight. Share in your different group chats on your social media handles, so we make sure we have a great show tonight. Now, we're going to open the phone lines and hear from you. What are your thoughts? What are the different issues of concern to you? I also understand that on the second lap of the program, we're going to have Councillor Sima Serena Seafers. He's going to be on the second segment of the program, while Councillor Tiawon Gonglo is going to be on the first segment of the program. So yes, it's going to be very informative. So join us tonight, share the program, encourage someone to watch or listen with you as we go across the phone lines now and hear what your thoughts are. What are your expectations for tonight's edition of the program? What do you look forward to? What do you hope to get, to take away from this edition of the program, one-on-one with the CEO? What are some of the tough questions you wish the legal luminaries coming on tonight will address, especially given the issue at hand and all of those different issues? We would like to hear from you tonight what your thoughts are, what are your expectations, what are those different issues of concerns that you would like to get some, responses to tonight, especially given the guests that are expected to appear on tonight's edition of the program. So we're going to go to the phone lines and take your calls, but there's a whole lot happening across Liberia. I guess most of you are already aware with the different communications coming in and all of those different issues. There's going to be more details on that communication from the House, the Councillor Kofa, the one from the majority bloc, the whole listing, the lineup for the budget hearing, and all of those different issues coming up. But let's hear from you. As soon as I said zero and then
that's correct.
Yes, sir.
A lot of folks in church today said I should say hi to you. They admire you. I have two of the Pastor Raymond mother and a few other people. They're on the way to Liberia. They want to see you and the rest of the team. Yeah, so it's a good thing that how you call it? You guys are doing extremely well. Seriously, you guys are doing extremely well, and they appreciate you guys a lot. Wow. But we here again, Nelson. We here again. When will this thing be over?
Seem not anytime soon.
Well, we have the councillor, Tiawon Gonglo. He's coming on to discuss issue of the House of Representatives and other national issues. We have Councillor Serena Seman Sifos. He's coming on also to discuss, this house. Because you know what, he said something. You got that clip where he said that the majority black won? Ask James. I think James uploaded. And this week would be a busy week. I heard that the Labrador National Police, they have been asked to deploy more men from the University of Labrador all the way to Temple of Johnson, going down Malcolm Johnson Road. They're trying to stage a complete, checkpoint in 3 or 4 different directions. I'm not going to talk about the security operation because a lot of folks are expecting a lot of stuff, but it's a beautiful Sunday, where I am today. I don't know about you, but I want to bless God for everyone, bless God for our nation, bless God for a peaceful election in Ghana. As reported, we heard that Mahama is back in power. Mahama did Donald Trump 2.0. Yeah. And on the other side again, Bashar from Syria, now he's in Russia seeking political asylum. He and his family, because the rebel took over Damascus. And so it's a lot of stuff happening around the world, but we can only talk right now about Liberia. We want to say hi to Joe, Romeo Brown, hi to you, Porter Johnson, Princess Woruba, Jerry Dobley. I want to say hi to all the good people, Wisa Chie, Podia Johnson, and I want to say everybody. Pierre Campbell is here again. How you doing, Mama? To tell you the truth, man, we are where we are, Nelson. I'm waiting on Kiatamba and Kev Hassan and Abula Mame and you call him Clinton and the rest of the guys, the rest of the guys, that everybody talking about. It's just important for us to talk Liberia today. Think Liberia, love Liberia. But can you share this show? Everybody, when I call your name, you got to share. You got to go on your Facebook page and share to hundreds and thousands of your folks. Bwaka Vani, I'm putting your name. Bwaka, share the team. Mahama, Lily Conan, share. Mahama, David Akwali, I think. G. Prince Jacobs. I want to say Washington. It's good to see you, my brother Washington Jala. Aloysius Doe, Abu Dukli. I want to say God wisdom. It's good to see you. Wes W. Red. Amos Yasei. It's also good to see Alio Kamara. David, it's good to see you. Emmanuel Keja. Elijah Sei. Tepo Speake Dempster. It's good to see you. Josiah Tamba. Yutu Fala. Miss Leon Dan. It's good to see you. Who has CK Assurance? It's good to see you, CK. Genevieve Allison, Jerome, as always. I want to say Fred. It's good to see you, man. Jennison. The other man, Jennison, was fussing with me, but I hate business. Paul Sungwe, Mohammed Bility. Mohammed Bility is reminding me of Musa Hassan Bility. He ain't talking anything anymore, And these are some of the issues that we'll have to consider. But welcome the good, the bad, and the ugly. A beautiful Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. God bless you. God keep you, and God save the state. We are happy that today we'll be bringing in the counselor, the pro bono counselor, the poor people counselor. Tewan say Gonglo. We'll be bringing in Counselor Gonglo to teach us something. Ultraviruses. From the legal standpoint, ultraviruses. Tewan Gonglo about to teach us. And then we're going to listen to Serena Sifos. Is he still holding on to the fact that, he said the majority black won? Is he still holding on? Is he not going to explain to all what he meant? Again, we want to say greetings to Serena Sifos. And I also, I'd like to say to all of you, Fonati, Rachel Kum, Speaker 1, Speaker 2, whatever the case may be. This will be on President Joseph Yima Boakai. So Nelson, while we get maybe about 9 minutes left, you want to open the phone line since you left me hanging? Open the phone line. Nelson, are you there? Nelson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But
Yes,
Nelson,
sir.
you must say you can't leave me hanging, my man.
No, there was some
Okay.
technical adjustments we had to make here.
You know that one I blow. Technical.
Technical issue. But you want us to talk to open the phone lines and hear from the Liberian people?
But man, as you said, a lot of information are coming. When we start the show, yeah, a lot of stuff coming.
Wow.
Yeah. But man, it's gonna be a rough show today, though. It's gonna be a rough show today. But yeah, that open the phone line. Let's talk to the Liberian people. And let's talk to the Liberian people. Let's see what. But Nelson, what's happening in the country before we start hearing from the people? What's happening?
Well, plenty of things happening in the country.
Man, somebody said they won't tell you wasting time. Let me see what the person's saying. Hello, your name? Or where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yeah, my man, lower the volume of your radio, please. It's good to see you. Happy Sunday to you.
Yeah, happy Sunday to you, CEO. You look very sharp today. My name is Alfred Cowboy.
Alfred Cowboy, man. Alfred. Oh, Alfred, you reminded me. The other day you wanted to say, what? Oh, yeah, you know what?
Yeah, they blocked me. I don't know who blocked me.
I mean, I have blacked out, but you were trying to send Cash App. We're going to put a Cash App number up for the rest. I think it's working, though. Alfred.
Yes.
Look at your Cash App, right? Try the Cash App number. Let's see whether it works.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, but you got to unblock me from the regular spoon.
I mean, who blocked Alfred Cowboy? Alfred, our man. Who blocked him, Nelson?
Yeah, I don't know.
So Alfred, text me your full name. Let's see, and or your Facebook name, for Nelson to go ahead and unblock you. You just reminded me. I mean, you gotta text it to me, brother.
Okay, but I text you now on this number right now.
Yeah,
I'm
text.
texting on this number over and over, but you don't pick up. But
I mean, whenever you text me, you put your name, I don't pick up. You saw that they hijacked Dr. Richardson phone, so I know who's who.
Yeah, but you look very sharp. I'm gonna text you my full name.
Yes, sir.
And my Facebook name, and I just want to say thank you for everything that you do for Liberia.
Yes, sir.
And to verify that you don't even get hosts, it kind of baffles me a lot. You know what you go through on the show, hosting all those people on the show, all of that. But see, you talk about especially Syria. Those are the things that happens when you continue to be a dictator. And we are seeing similar things gradually happening in Liberia, and Joseph Boakai administration is not doing anything about it, where the rule of law has been tampered with. And today, the citizens are watching gradually. I hope that they will take seize of this matter before anything happens in our country, and I will be looking forward to hearing from the Leonard Councilor, because the other time I heard him, he said Joseph Boakai, from all indications, he's acting like somebody who wants to still be who's going to be running 2029. I will be listening. I just want to say we are here, and thanks for everything that you do for our country, Liberia.
I want to appreciate you, Alfred. Like always, you follow the program constantly. We do appreciate you. And whenever we open the line, you're always welcome to contribute. Thanks a lot, sir.
All right. I'm about to text you my full name.
Yes, let's try to unblock. Good. Today is an unblocking day. If you are black, just let us know. We're going to unblock everybody. Even all our chairmen and all that, we'll unblock them. Your name, my friend, and where are you joining us from?
How you doing? The PK CEO, both internationally and nationally.
I mean, don't do that thing to me, but I'm humbled that you're calling my phone. You're the boss man.
I'm Thomas William calling from Minnesota.
Yes, sir. Thomas, talk to us, sir.
Yeah, CEO, thank you for all you have done and continue to do for our country. Thank you for the rescue mission. Thank you for your constructive criticism, whether it is in a favor of rescue mission or not. I think your focus is about Liberia and how Liberia can become a prosperous country. But CEO, today's show, I think you should have balanced the argument today. For me, I know how the show will end. I know how the show will start. You're working a lawyer who represents the minority bloc. Any attempt to even go against, to be objective. So we know the show will be very, very subjective. You should have brought lawyer from both the minority and the majority bloc to make the show stronger today. By all indication, today the lawyer that represent the majority bloc, we defend the majority bloc, we defend the ruling in favor of the minority bloc. Mr. Serena Sifo was very clear. He said he thought in his own mind the people won, but he still believes that Mr. Kofa is the speaker. So I know that it should be by next time, or I think
no, but let me my brother, let me cut you off. We will have someone here from the majority black after Councilor Gonglo and Councilor Seaford. So we're gonna have a balanced program, okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you, CEO. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. You see, Nelson, they know how to hold me. The person must have a balanced program. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello?
CEO, this is Prince Jacob. I'm watching live from Rubber Sport to be beside Rubber Sport Highway, which is telling mine.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Here, I'm on the ground ASN 17. So I'm here, I kind of, to my Oma's memorial service. But we're here, we're looking at the ground. It's not easy. But, keep on talking. We're here to support you, and we pray that God can change this country. It's hard.
Yes, sir.
No joke, CEO.
Thank you, man. Again.
That's it. My man, we've been missing each other.
Yeah, definitely.
My man, again, don't miss my picking, man. Try to see him. When you say you're missing each other, and not good news. And not good news.
I went to the station, but the mail was not there. I went there, the mail was not there. I will still look for him tomorrow.
My man.
So next I will call you again. Number.
You're not coming back that you see the picking home. That's season time.
I will call you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I gotta see it before I leave.
Thank you, Chief. But thank you for calling, man. We appreciate you. Thanks. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, sir? Where you joining us from?
I'm calling you from Hotel Africa, where you village.
Yes, sir.
I'm Emmanuel. I want to appreciate you guys for giving an update on every issue that happened in that world. I hope Teoro Gonglo come and make it clear for us, because this ruling that people went on with this ruling, it really hard to understand. Because one group of people say that they win and another group of people say they lost. So we don't really know what's going on up to this time.
You and myself the same. You and myself the same. Now we're bringing Councilor. Yeah.
My fear here is Tuesday we'll get a lot of different people, we'll get a lot of feedback that we're not like. And this is happening in the country. The country will be a hostage and no understanding. I will advise the president to take 1 degree and just suspend senator and representative, well, forget about those things, and just move ahead with the country. I think that's a solution, because you can't get people level-headed people going in there, sit there, can't come to one agreement, and can't understand anything from that. Then one process. Every process can end, that person take side and do what they do, that move power.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. Let me take this one. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Musa Sharif.
Musa Sharif, thank you for joining us. Talk to us, sir.
Yeah, CEO, I don't understand as to what the people of this country they want as regard to this ruling. CEO, that is clear. Forafi Kofa went to the Supreme Court to get what we call a relief, and he got it. I don't know why the people interpreting the law politically. The law is settled and clear. They are telling the people what all you did. the committee was dissolved in a court is illegal. The removal of the speaker is illegal. The election you have is illegal. So what much more can the Supreme Court do for you to understand that your action was illegal? So somebody came on the show telling us that the complainant lost the case. That is his personal opinion. That is not the law. The law is clear. Supreme Court is not going to tell you that you didn't want to you know that.
Thank you.
Why?
Thank you very much, my friend.
So you won that case.
Okay, so thank you very much. It's all good that we know your position. Let's take more calls. Nelson, let's take more calls, please.
Yes, sir. 0555101075. From this end, let's take the first caller. Hello. Your name and where you calling from?
Spoon Talk. Hello.
Hello.
Spoon FM. Spoon Talk. SPOONTALK. Special People Original Organization Network. Talk and listen keenly to the voice of hope of Mr. Stanton A. Waterspoon and his able, accurate, balanced, critical, and credible panel on Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk. Keep listening. I'm Jonathan Mosse, calling from Ghana's Faith.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you for your usual contribution on the show. Very unique. Thanks a lot for participating tonight, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and take more calls. 0555101075. Maybe I should put the WhatsApp up as well. This person, hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
This is Daniel Kere, call you from Oro Fibiro.
Daniel, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you for your show this evening. Look, we're not expecting nothing from Councilor Tiawon Congo in the country. We respect them because they are the backbone for the country. I don't know what the order he coming push today or this evening. They made a law they call year 2023 or they just made a law 2024. Because Tiago Gongone, they were in a country when Manon said he was president. She was president for the country. 2 things. And then in her 2 things, they were against the speaker. And Tiago Gongone did not come up for them to say this is law. This is what happened. But Waka no time and then going against Fonaki Kofa because he only decent that he plays in the hall where the children say no, we can't allow them to be speaker for us.
Thank you.
That the time for Antikova, Tiago Congo one we got to come to say law. What is he coming from in the country? So we want to listen to Tiago Congo in the country.
But just listen to the councillor tonight. He's coming in with his.
Well, James, you're low. I don't know why you're low. You're very low, Nelson. But listen, while we're getting ready to do this thing, folks, again, we come to you to say share the show. Josh Tarawada, it's good to see you. Alexander Somboy, it's good to see you. Joseph Gafuan, it's good to see you. Fetty, Samuel Peno, it's good to see you. Lawrence Gay, Mamadou Lee, and all the good people joining us today. We want to welcome you. Listen, this is a big day. We have the Councillor Tewonsek Ganglo. Again, we're going to bring him on once he's set up. So we're going to have the show very shortly, as they are saying. We will be bringing Councillor Tewon Gonglo to the show. We want to say to all of you, this is about the House of Representatives discussion. We hope you are ready. We hope you're coming to fire. We hope you're coming to learn. I'm here to learn from Councillor Gonglo because this too is legal, right? If you're not a legal person, then Kev, you got to adjust your camera. You got to make some adjustment, Kev. If you are not a legal person, then you got to understand that you just got to wait. The law is the law. So say Musa Hassan Benete. But that's it. We have not heard from Musa Benete since the Supreme Court ruling when he was up there, talking about the law is the law. What's happening, Nelson? Where is Chairman Benete?
The chairman said he's going to speak very soon. In fact, right after the ruling, he took on to his social media handle to say that he will speak. He will speak very soon.
He will speak soon and very soon. If anybody call this number that I put as a Cash App number, you got to pay to the Cash App. So who's this? My friend, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name I'm Anthony Joaquin. Remember, I'm calling from Wellington, New Jersey.
Man, Anthony, you gotta pay to the Cash App. You call in the Cash App number, my man.
All right, I'll make sure I do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Talk to us, man.
Yeah, so from what I see as a lawyer, my observation about the conflict, the Supreme Court is not going to solve the conflict definitely as we want them to solve it. And the reason is simple. There are so many, the question before the Supreme Court raised a lot of political questions that the Supreme Court cannot address. And so the current opinion of the Supreme Court is basically saying to the legislature, you guys have to resolve your conflict. So there are two alternatives. One, either the majority agree to join, to recognize Fonati and join him, or Fonati decide to resign. Those are the only two possible options. All of the rest of the other option would be a recycle over the conflict.
You say your own, the people say their own, we move on. Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Folks, if you're just joining us, we want to say it's good, happy Sunday to you. We're going to take more calls. We want to hear you while the counselor is getting all set up. Again, we just here to listen to Councillor Tewon Gonglo, his position, his opinion on the Supreme Court ruling. We just want to know, we're going to ask him a question, piece, and we'll move on to Councillor Seaforth. I'm hearing that the majority of blacks sending someone to respond likewise. Thereafter, Councillor Gonglo and Councillor Seaforth. So we'll be having a jam-packed show. It's only fair to say welcome to one-on-one with the CEO. Again, the former CEO, whatever you find yourself. Kev Ahmed Hassan, it's good to see you, my brother. Brother Hassan, I'm sorry to hear this morning that your friend and brother from Syria, he's now seeking asylum in Russia, the President Bashar. So again, I know it's not a good news for you, and but it is why it is. Thank God that he's safe. He and his family safe in Syria. Kev, you not saying anything about it? What happened, Kev? All right, so go help yourself and come back, man. Let's take more calls. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
No, okay, I get it right now. I have an issue with my system.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, yeah, thank you so kindly, CEO. So, I want to appreciate you for always bringing up push show to the Liberian people.
Yes, sir.
Basically, I was looking forward for Councillor Seaforth to come before Councillor Tewon Gonglo. The reason is very simple. No disrespect to Councillor Seaforth's legal brilliance, but one thing I've noticed is once people part ways with him, once he and someone is down the scene ideology, he normally engage himself into peer envy. I tell you what, if Councillor Tewon Gonglo leave the show tonight and you bring Councillor Adeko Seaforth next, it's going to leave the conversation and he will be more like personal with Councillor Tewon. I saw that the last time he did that.
So that way, remember, let's just wait. But these are councillors; they know each other, right? They operate on a different level.
That's why I said no disrespect to Councillor Seaforth's legal brilliance, but he's easily swayed by peer envy. That's my greatest fear. And I hope
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, my brother Jerome. Dedicate. It's good to see you. Prince Kakula, it's good to see you. Uncle P, you call, I miss your call, but call back again, huh? We'll be bringing in Vanusaki and the rest of the guys. Again, we are waiting for Councillor Tewon Gonglo. Councillor Gonglo will be on the show tonight to talk about the Supreme Court ruling. It's only fair that we listen to Councillor Gonglo. Again, Gibson Jeru will be joining us likewise. Wow, the newspaper, they're going crazy. The newspaper going crazy. Do you have the letter from Fonati Kofa? We have to put the letter up.
Yeah, trying to get it up as well.
Yeah, why you trying to get that up? I don't know whether this information is confirmed or true, but let me leave it. Those are in authority with the scholars. Kev, it's good to see you, my brother. My Kev Hassan, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I spoke with somebody today. They asked me what the show is going to be about today. And I told them the show is going to be about the rule of law. And that's what Spoon is about. You out there, you may have your different opinion about panelists and this. Spoon is a melting pot that you come here and state your opinion, and your opinion will be respected. And at this moment, Liberia should move forward. It's not about personal gain. The Supreme Court has spoken. We should respect it, and we should not interpret it in a different mode. So at this moment, let's move Liberia forward. I know the majority Black struggling to find ways, to show the Liberian people that they are on the right side. But this is not personal, Stanton. This is about the future of Liberia. And I believe that we should not make Liberia a stupid nation. I spoke with somebody else yesterday, which mother is from, father is from South Africa, mother is from Liberia, and the mother was a prominent Liberian. And she told me that the country, the idea, the country is going backward because of certain ideas. Stanton, how can the Supreme Court a straightforward ruling and people want to play games?
Man, I just say get an intro, but man, we gotta go. Let's go for Tewa. When you leave, then we discuss this thing. The country going backward, the country going forward. I mean, listen.
Yeah,
I agree. We can open the phone line and ask the people the first year of JMB. Is it better than the first year of George Manawiya? That can be a whole another argument.
That's
but I'm not going there because we have in the council Tewa Gonglo, who is setting up to come on the show. I want us to listen to him. I want us to ask some questions relating to this House of Representative issue. The case of Ofunati Kofa, minority Black, and Rachel Kuhn, majority Black. We're going to be having a great show today. Wherever you find yourself, you have to share the show, please. You have to come on. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Let's build Liberia. This is really important for us to speak to the lawmakers, speak to the government in power, and tell them about our like and dislike. We saw the election in Ghana. Mahama came back. Okay, there must be a reason why they decided to go for Mahama.
Stand
okay?
up.
So I want to say this to you. I know Kev going to say Joel come back. Joel, you come to start interrupting me. Don't interrupt me. No, don't interrupt me.
I asked for permission to interrupt you if you.
No, permission denied on ground of interruption.
That's
too much interruption. Mansaki, it's good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, Stan. Thank you for having to be back. I had to care for sign my brother in the studio. I'm sitting here reading and just analyzing the Amoka's query that Councilor Gongo submitted a petition to the Supreme Court. So when I hear Kev Hassan saying the Supreme Court spoke clearly, I don't think he read Amoka's query submitted by Councilor Gongo to the Supreme Court, asking the Supreme Court to do a specific thing. Kev, go and read it. I saw you jumping and dancing and saying the Supreme Court was clearly declared financial cover winner. Go read it. Go and read it and come back. Maybe you read it here because if you read it, you'll feel weak. After the ruling, the Councilor Gonglo, who is one of the supporters of cover, is now asking the court to do something. Say declare a removal unconstitutional. Why is
that's why you have it? But that's why you hold that when the Councilor come and then you ask him.
Okay, you're right. No, I don't want to correct Kev when he said the people ruling is clear.
Yeah, but listen, that's why we have the Councilor coming on, that we can ask all these questions. Your attack on the Councilor is premature. So just let the Councilor come on.
I was wrong.
Again, Ketama, who know whether Ketama State or regrouping. But now we're saying, folks, we're going to be having a wonderful show. I'm in touch with Councillor Gonglo, folks. He's getting ready. Serena Seaforth will be coming on after Councillor Gonglo. Again, we're going to have a big show. Wherever you find yourself, let's make this thing happen. To me, where I am right now, there were no winner from the Supreme Court. There were no winner. That's me. The Supreme Court washed their hands of this thing. My Oman, CNN, you, and all the other people then wash their hands all of this thing. They say, okay, you're trouble. And that's listen, it's easy to come here and say my side won, your side didn't win. Kev, funny, it's easy to say that, but the Supreme Court didn't declare anyone a winner. You know why? They say ultra-virus. People can interpret in a which way. That's why Serena Seaforth is coming. That's why Councillor Gonglo is coming. Okay? To each his own. Where we are right now, it's only Jose Yima Boakai got to take some very hard, tough decision here. This week, the majority of Black will be in session doing their thing. Fonati Black will be in session doing their thing. Whether they're going to have session or how you call it, but they're going to be doing the thing. And to tell you the truth, I'm concerned hearing about my protests, big protests coming up. Hearing about the police will be busy this week. From Bone County to McGibby, from McGibby to Grand Bassa, you go all the way to Western Cluster. These guys, then they are galvanizing the truth. And if they are galvanizing the truth, then we are in trouble. So I just want to say to all of us, we have to find a place right now as people, to find a solution. And the leader of the country, His Excellency, Jose Yima Boakai, after consulting all of his legal advisors, I think he needs to speak. When we hear that sound, bam, 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 Jose Yima Boakai Senior, he got to tell the Liberian people something. The people are confused. I'm going to ask you, what are you from the Teron Gong? I mean, you from the Serena Seaforth camp, or you from the Richard Kun camp? The people are confused. There are more confused people than people that are in those camps. Gibson, welcome to the show.
So I want to disagree with you a little bit.
Thank you very much.
It's not your time yet, brother. We got waiting for Teron here. I know that here you want to talk plenty, brother. It's not your time. Captain want to talk. But we lay something up because I will tell you this. You may not be confused. Majority of the Liberian people are confused. We have to be careful and speak truth to power. The question people are asking, Gibson, well, Fonati gave on due process, the actual due process. You ask some people on the street, 10 of them, 5 will say yes, 5 will say no. Isn't that a confused state? I'll talk to me, Gibson. Welcome back again. Talk to me.
I don't think Fonati was giving due process. So, in what is due process? And Councillor Gonglo is going to come and define what due process is to serve someone a notice of their crime that they have committed and give them the opportunity to provide counsel for themselves and defend themselves against the crime. And then you make a decision as to whether their defense is not attainable or is attainable. In this situation, the legal question that people will be asking is, did the House of Representatives adequately inform Speaker Kofa of the crime that he may have committed, for which they want to remove him? Was a catalog. These are your crimes. This is a bill or this is a resolution to remove you. And this is, you have the opportunity to come and defend yourself against those crimes. Was everything done properly? Or did they take the decision before they decided to go back into the section and say, okay, let's invite him? If you look at what happened from the beginning, Councillor Kofa traveled with the president to go to Italy. The president called and said, Mr. Speaker, come and join me. Let's go to Italy. Let's go work in the interest of the country. The man leaves, so the president goes to Italy. While he's in Italy, 48 members of the legislature put their signature to a piece of document called resolution to somebody's office or somebody's house, and then spread some money around and came and said, well, he is removed. So if Councillor Kofa had come back and agreed to that, we have had a third incident of arbitrary removal of the speaker. But that is not due process. You already said you remove the man before you even ask him question. Now Councillor Kofa came back and said, no, it doesn't work like that. I am not removed, I'm not resigning. We're going to go through the legal process. Then they wrote him and said, come and defend yourself. Where? Defend myself where? You don't have the legal clout to even sit and discuss the issue. The Constitution does not give you the legal clout to even discuss in another setting. And you go in the joint chambers and put your chairs now and say, we are the real people, and then let him come to us. That was completely wrong. That was not due process. That was denying him the opportunity. They would have gone before him, do the resolution, put the resolution on the floor, call for a vote, get 49 people, kick him out, put their new speaker, and we're not going to be talking all of this today. That was travesty of justice, and I think Fonati have won both the battle and the fight.
So that will be right there. That will be right there. While we again, please, can you reach out to? So I mean, we're ready going out of time. Let's know what's up with the councillor. Is he still coming on? We need to know. Vanisaki, I will give Kev Hassan the last one. Vanisaki, talk to me. Well, we big of what Gibson said.
I think Gibson there, he did not follow the whole crisis. I don't think he aware of everything that happened, because he said when I did cover the former speaker was not provided due process, that tell me he was not following the whole case. And he calling the majority black sitting illegal. I don't know who has the constitutional power to declare a side illegal or sitting illegal. I don't know, is Jeru or the Supreme Court. But let me say, when I say I disagree, you stand on was coming from the background of win and loss. Whenever there is a Supreme Court ruling, the easy way to identify a win or loss is to see what the petitioner prayed the court for. What did the petitioner ask for? Did the court grant what the petitioner asked for in a ruling? If the answer is yes, the petitioner won. If the answer is no, the respondent won. The reason we consider that we won big.
You're not a lawyer, though.
I know.
You're telling Gibson that he's not a lawyer. Only the lawyer can interpret. You are not a lawyer.
No, I said only he said that setting was illegal. He said they did not have the constitutional power.
That's his own opinion, and you're making your own opinion saying.
But the court struck it down. The court struck it down because you're in a ruling. But the court did not declare the majority black setting illegal. So Jeru is saying something different from the Supreme Court.
You're saying something different in your interest. You are saying something different in your interest.
No, it's a fact.
No, it's not a fact. Not because you said this is the fact.
No, let me support it with facts. Send on.
With fact. Yes, the issue. Listen, first of all, you got to understand that you are not a lawyer. Second of all, you are not on the bench.
I agree.
Interpreting this Supreme Court ruling like we interpreting it of our own understanding. But you cannot take Gibson say why you saying it's not true, but what you saying should be the fact.
No, but I'm referencing the Supreme Court ruling in my argument. Jeru said their setting was illegal. They did not have the constitutional power.
Don't scream.
Sorry. He says, Stanton, the Supreme Court, he said the majority black setting was illegal. They did not have the constitutional power to investigate former Speaker Kofa. I'm saying to my people of Jeru, in the Supreme Court ruling, none of what you said were accepted by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not refer to the majority black setting as illegal. They did not refer to the activity as illegal. So you can't come back again after the ruling and be saying what they were doing was illegal.
So before I go to hold on. Gibson, the councillor coming, right?
Yeah, he coming.
Okay, just hold on a moment. What the Supreme Court said in the last paragraph of the ruling, they used the word ultra-virus.
They did not specify anybody.
Hold on, guy. My friend. You don't have to interrupt every one of us here now. But the Supreme Court saying that ultra virus.
Yeah.
Of course, say you went above and beyond your given authority.
Who?
Okay. The who is right there. So we will wait for the counselor to come and explain to you and I. We are not counselor. That's not what we do for living. So therefore, we give our opinion on this. All right. And let me bring in Kev Hassan. Kefiko, yeah, the issue here remains that everybody get their own side to take. But I want to be in the middle here. And I've been saying this from day one. The Supreme Court wash their hands of this thing and say, okay, your trouble, you go ahead. I guarantee you, those are supporting Fonati Kufa said Fonati won. Those are supporting Richard Cool and his black said they won. What you say, Kev?
The Supreme Court did not wash their hands, right? The Supreme Court ruled. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, do this thing, man. You're good. We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay. The Supreme Court rule is clear, very crystal clear, right? I don't know what my brother Vani is saying, but Vani, you guys will not tell me.
Councilor, are you coming?
Oh, meet him. Okay. Hello? You guys can hear me, right?
Kev, we can hear you. Go ahead, my friend.
Okay, yeah, because okay, the Supreme Court ruling is clear. Vani, my brother, you're not going to stand Liberian to a stupid nation. No, you're not going to do that. Because the reason you guys not going to do that, because the Supreme Court is clear. Article 49, Article 33 is there. You can go and read it. But if you want to interpret it your own way, it's okay to interpret it your own way. But that's not the way the Supreme Court interprets the Article 49 and 43. It's very simple as ABC. Jerome, my brother, right? The Supreme Court did not even mention the majority, so-called majority group, the fake majority group. Did not even talk about that. They said any sitting, they spoke in the future. And let me say this. The Supreme Court did not lift the embargo of the so-called majority. What the Supreme Court did, they doubled down. They doubled down and say any future sitting is not in conformity. Hey man, my brother.
Did the Supreme Court say any future sitting?
I got it here.
Yes, hold on. I beg you, Vani, hold on, small man.
Any sitting. That's what the Supreme Court say. Any sitting, any mean the future. Now,
my brother. But we gotta calm down, but let's talk one at a time.
Yeah.
We get it in front of let them tell your own.
The Supreme Court say any sitting. Really? You say
so you took the feature for that.
No, this thing now central. Any sitting.
No. You said the Supreme Court said no. You said the Supreme Court said any future sitting. So were you in error by saying that?
No, I'm not in error. Any sitting mean the future.
Oh yeah.
No, any ruling of the Supreme Court.
Any
ruling of the Supreme Court. Any ruling of the Supreme Court represents a feature or law.
Yes.
So when they say any sitting that is not in conformity with 33 and 49 is ultra-virus, it means from today on. From today on, and the future. You got Supreme Court rulings are futuristic.
Gets it way. Kev, hold on. Kev said the Supreme Court say any future sitting.
No, any sitting.
Kev, wait now. Wait. You just said the Supreme Court say any future sitting.
No, I say any sitting.
So you made a mistake.
No, I did not make. I did not make a mistake.
I can't leave it back.
No.
Vani,
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
Stanton, take a seat down. Let me
yeah.
finish.
So,
Stanton, give me my chance. Let me speak. I did not interrupt nobody. Take this thing down, please.
No, but I think you're reading from. You say any future city.
But let me speak. Let me see the faces of our people. The Supreme Court say any sitting mean the Supreme Court is talking about any future sitting. A futuristic. Any setting. Stanton, I use the word double down. Jerome, you heard me use the word double down. The Supreme Court double down and say anything. It's ultra-virus. The Supreme Court is crystal clear. It's easy as ABC. Only people who want to play games with it. But
let's do this.
The lawyers.
Yeah, it's not 02. We're gonna bring in Councillor Seaforth. I don't know what's going on with Councillor Tawan Gonglo. Why Gateman tried to bring? Can you reach out to Councillor Seaforth? He got the link. Tell him to join. Because we already 1 hour into the program. Vanisaki, if we open the phone line, a lot of people are confused. I stand by that. The people want hope, they want clarity. As much as you understanding what's going on, it's different from those that are on the street. And I also like to say, I want to add in this likewise. Guess what happened? The Senate now, we have to get involved in this. And it is scary, you know. The Senate, we have to get involved in this. So I'm concerned about the Senate involvement. Gibson, where are we with the councillor, the people's councillor? You're muted, Gibson.
He's having a little issue with the video, so he's trying to fix it. The guys are fixing it. I want to help, but then I need a number that I can help with, so I can get him on another way. So.
Okay. All right. So let's see. But Gibson.
But let Vani said something I wanted to respond to it. I know Councillor Gonglo is coming. Seaforth is coming. But Vani, let me just tell you this. The Supreme Court, the lawyers don't speak the way we speak. They don't speak simple people language. They can't, you don't expect the Supreme Court to come and say, all that thing you're doing is illegal. No, they don't do that. The interpretation of the Constitution is a different way lawyers speak. So when you hear in the prayer, that thing they say, wherefore in the view of the board, they call it the prayer. In the prayer and the decision of the Supreme Court, it says, if you did not follow Article 33, and what the 33 says, 33 indicates that anyone who is anyone who is sitting, the Supreme Court, when the legislature is sitting, the speaker presides. So if the speaker doesn't preside and you are sitting, you are acting ultra-virously. Then they also said, if you don't follow 49, you are also acting ultra-virously. What the 49 say? 49 say to be able to remove your speaker, you should have two-thirds majority. So both of those requirements were not met. You're sitting without the authority of the speaker who is in the country. In the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker sits. But if the speaker is here, the deputy speaker doesn't sit. That's why the Supreme Court is saying, if you don't follow 33, you are acting wrongly. If you don't follow 49, which is, if you don't remove the member two-thirds majority, you cannot say you have removed the man. This is what the Supreme Court say, ultra-virus mean you acting out of your own power. You're not acting in accordance with the law. So you don't expect the Supreme Court to speak your language, Savani. They can't say, oh, you guys are illegal. No, they will not say that. They will tell you, say, what you're doing is not in conformity with the Constitution. So
I think the councillor he's seated. Kev, you can come back. We have Councillor Gonglo, who is set. I can see in the back. Kev, start doing a camera like that. We have Councillor Gonglo. I can see in the back. Let's see if we can bring in the councillor. it's only fair for us to announce. Kev, you messed it up our screen, my brother. Okay, let me take Kev off. I don't know what's going on with his camera. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's always good that you join us. Please share the show. You can find us on Facebook, on YouTube, on your Instagram. Spoon Talk is on Spoon Network, Super, and Fabric. Okay, all the other radio station. What you see over there is the collection for rice. Like we promised the folks that we will be distributing rice, over 1,000 bag of rice. Again, so what you are seeing over there is the Cash App information, the Cash App name, and the Cash App phone numbers. Please contribute if the Lord lays on your heart. I want to bring in the Councillor Tewan C. Ganglo that will discuss and help us understand the House of Representatives situation. Let's bring in Councillor Ganglo. Councillor Ganglo, it's good to see you. How are you doing today? Welcome again to the Spoon Network.
Thank you. I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. You are loud and clear.
First, I'd like to make a disclaimer. I'm not here tonight as a lawyer for any of the sides, not the COFA side, not the side that is outside the meeting outside, quote unquote, the majority side. I'm here on the side of the law to help the Liberian people to understand the judgment of the Supreme Court. I want to make that clear.
Thank you for the clarity, sir. It's very important for us to re-echo that you are not here on majority or minority. You are here to help me understand and the rest of the Liberians home and abroad understand what is going on with the interpretation and the ruling from the Supreme Court. Councillor, again, welcome to the show. Ketema will be joining us, and here we are. I know that we are far into this program time. You agree for 1 hour. We appreciate it. Help us understand the ruling, Councillor. My first question to you, and we gave you time, this whole thing about what's going on, they give you time. Just explain to us where we are.
So let me get to the basic facts. I get to the basic facts. So the one group called the majority wanted to remove the speaker. They did not have 2/3 majority. And apparently some of their friends didn't want to join them. The remaining group, under the authority, under the gavel of Speaker Kofa, did not have the simple majority to conduct business. So that's where the situation was at the time, that several things happened, but that was the beginning, that the other side did not have the number to remove, the 2/3 majority to remove the speaker. The side that is supporting the speaker did not have the required number to conduct business. So the situation went on. There were actions taken by the so-called majority, removal of Kofa, suspension of some members, reworking of the committees. The matter went to the Supreme Court. Kofa and his people filed something before the Supreme Court and said the Supreme Court should say whether the action taken by the so-called majority is constitutional or not. And their prayer was that the actions taken by the majority be declared unconstitutional. There are 2 articles of the Constitution that, in fact, 3. Article 66, the authority of the Supreme Court to decide every issue, constitutional, administrative, or any dispute. And then the other one is who presides over the legislature. The House of Representatives is the Speaker. That's Article 49. And in his absence, the Deputy Speaker. Article 33 says that each house of the legislature requires a simple majority to conduct business, but a lower number may meet and adjourn to compel the absent members to appear. Obviously, that law was put there to avoid vacuum. It meant that there will come a time that a majority of the people will be outside, because if you have the simple majority, you don't need to compel anyone. So that law was meant to make the two houses to operate smoothly. Now, they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court in its ruling said any meeting that is not consistent with Article 49 of the Constitution and Article 33 is ultra virus. That word, that expression means unauthorized. So I do not understand why people are saying that the Supreme Court left confusion. No. The Supreme Court, prior to hearing the argument, said the parties should return to status quo ante, which means where they were before the trouble among them started. That status quo ante remains in force. It was not reversed. It was not changed by the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court went further to say, go and conduct yourself consistent with Article 49. That means respecting the presiding officer who is the speaker, and Article 33. Conduct yourself according to, make sure you have simple majority. That's Article 33. You cannot conduct business without simple majority. It means that the gavel of Speaker Kofa was recognized because the Supreme Court said, return to status quo ante. The real issue here is that if the majority side had a 2/3 majority or more, they will be running to section and say, Mr. Speaker, preside. And then they will put the issue on the floor. The law calls for a removal by 2/3 majority based on cause. And they will have put down the floor. The speaker would then recuse himself, face trial, and then they vote and remove him. But the majority side does not have the constitutional number required for the removal of Speaker Kofa, and that is where the problem is. I have told many of them, some of them are former students, go back. This is politicking. Maybe in a week or two, maybe in 1 month, maybe in 2 months, Speaker Kofa will offend some other members of the House, and they will say, gentlemen, I think we are ready to join you. And then you go ahead and do it. That's the law house. All of them took oath to obey, promote, and defend the Constitution of Liberia. And when the court speaks and says, all of us in this country are required to obey. The Supreme Court has said, I consistent with Article 49, I consistent with Article 33, and anything you do outside those two articles is ultra virus, is unauthorized. And who is acting in an unauthorized manner? The majority group. So let them go back. The court was very clear. That's what I have to say.
So Councillor, let me ask you then. What? Okay, thank you very much.
Did you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir.
Hello?
We heard you. Yes,
Oh.
yes. We heard you very
Hello?
well. Yes, can you hear me?
I didn't touch it. Hello?
Yes, sir. We are here. Can you hear us? We good.
Hello?
We are
Did
hearing
you
you,
hear me?
Councillor. Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. But there was quietude after I spoke, so I thought you didn't hear.
No.
Yes, I
We
can hear you.
Thank you. I'm asking that. There we go. The internet. Okay. The councillor will return. Gibson. the councilor, Kev Hassan Bani Saki, took us on a journey and brought about return to status quo ante. It's like a double down. I mean, if you're supporting Fonati Kofa, you're going to say this is a double down victory for Fonati Kofa. Number one, the majority of blacks, they have the return to status quo ante on them. And they respected that, by the way. And now the councilor said, do not go against Article 33 and Article 49. Do not. And because you did what you did, they consider that ultra virus. Okay, you come in first, real quick. Let's do 1 minute because we're expecting the councilor to come back. He's coming back. He's coming back. He's coming back. Kev, real quick. So when we bring it on, then you can. Okay, I see the councilor. Kev, hold on 1 minute. Councilor, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Jonathan,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I live in Boys Town. There are challenges here with internet. Mhm.
We respect that. Thank you, sir, for coming on, sir. We appreciate you. My thing is that, though, a lot of Liberians saying, why couldn't the Supreme Court be more clearer, sir? Simple.
The Supreme Court was clear. The Supreme Court cannot say, it has limitation. It cannot go into how the House or the Senate conducts its business. All it was asked to say is whether or not the actions of the majority black was legal or not, was constitutional or not. And it said that any act that is not consistent with Article 49, then and for the Speaker to preside over the House, and Article 33 for having a simple majority to conduct business is unauthorized. And then I like to refer always to the rate that was issued. Return to status quo ante. Because of that.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. We have the councilor on. You want to call him on the phone? Brother Gibson? You are muted, Gibson.
He wants to appear by video.
Yeah, let's see whether he'll come back on. Let's see. All right, so let's give it another try. Abdullah, it's good to see you, man. Again, to you, Abdullah Katamba, have our sympathy, my brother. And we better say that after the show.
Thank you.
Yes, Abdullah, thank you. Let me ask you a question I was asking you, Kev. And like double down here, and somebody need to help me understand if they can go contrary to what the councilor is saying.
Senator, it's not the councilor double down, the Supreme Court double down. The Supreme Court double down. What the Supreme Court did, they did not lift the stakeholder order on the majority group. They doubled down and saying, look, any sitting, meaning now.
Let me interrupt you. The councilor is back. Trying to manage this. Councilor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Councilor, okay. Help us understand, then we'll go quick. Everybody will ask you 2 questions. We really appreciate you. This return to status quo ante. Is it still on the majority black or on the House of Representatives? Who were they referring to return to status quo ante, Councilor?
The House majority bloc is the one that changed its position, that left the normal sitting with the speaker who has not been removed presiding.
Okay.
All right. So they were the one that were required to return to status quo ante and go and respect the authority of the speaker until the court decides. And that status quo ante still exists. It was in place. The Supreme Court said the only way to conduct legal business is consistent with Article 49 and Article 33.
So
And you
usually
know,
what happened,
there's a legal
Councillor,
maxim
usually,
that what is not legally done is not done at all. All the Supreme
yes.
Court is saying, if the conduct of any group of lawmakers is not consistent with Article 33 and Article 49, it is not legal. It is ultra-virus. And therefore, anything that is done.
So usually, let me ask you, Drew, then we got to go to Ketema and Vanisaki. And I will interrupt you guys if the councilor do return by God's grace.
Yes.
Usually, what happened? Do the Supreme Court say now we lifted the return to our status quo ante?
Well, Gibson, the minute after you say yes, I always say yes. For the minute you answer yes.
So that means I say Gibson. Katama BQ, man. Katama BQ.
If they say, let me ask you a question. The minute I ask question, he said yeah.
Made no plow.
Yeah, man.
Gibson smart. Though. Gibson, you made plow. We kick it out. He's smart.
I'm making no plow with anybody here today.
He's trying to bounce with you.
My man.
Councilor, can you help us understand the status quo ante? Do they lift it up and say, okay, while we put on you
status quo
yesterday?
ante means status quo ante means the way you are conducting business before, go back to it until the matter that is whatever controversy that has come out is decided. Go back to where you were before the conflict started. That's what status quo ante means.
Yeah, so
go
you
back to where you are coming from. And where they are coming from was before Speaker Kofa traveled, they were sitting under the gavel of Speaker Kofa. Go back there.
So my question, Councillor, when the Supreme Court said
and ultra-virus means unauthorized.
Okay, but let's stay with
that because the Supreme Court did not say it's unconstitutional, and the petition was for the Supreme Court to state the unconstitutionality of the act, but it said it's ultra-virus is not authorized. That's
okay,
the same thing.
Okay, so allow us, please, to ask this. Let me ask my last question, sir. When the Supreme Court said return to status quo ante, you expected them to also say we now lift up the return to status quo ante. That's what they should have done, to lift that or ruling up to free the majority black.
No, the status quo ante remain in place, and the Supreme Court went ahead to decide the issue that was before it, that whether or not the actions of the majority bloc was unconstitutional or not. And they normally, for example, when you file prohibition before the Supreme Court, the justice in chambers, and they say there's a stay order and even say return to status quo ante, when the matter is decided and the justice in chamber decides not to issue the writ, the writ that is issued is called alternative writ. When it hears and is not satisfied, it says, you know what, we are quashing the alternative writ and we are not granting the peremptory writ to prohibit whatever action forever. In this case, the status quo. So when the prohibition is issued and then it goes to the Supreme Court affirms that prohibition, the status quo ante remains in place because no change has taken place.
Wow.
If then go for said, meeting also Article 33 and Article 49 is not, is constitutional or is not unconstitutional, is not ultra-virus, then it will have said, it will have lifted the status quo until whatever stay order and all of that.
Oh, wow. Oh, Councilor Tega, let me bring you Kev Hassan, Vanessa, Gibson, and Ketema will be last. Let's try to squeeze in one question because you know the councilor get internet problem. Ketema, I am shocked that now we get 2 for 1. The Statico anti return to AA on the majority black, and now this other thing say you're bringing viruses in, the ultra virus. Yes. Yeah.
Katama, it was me speaking before Councilor King. So let me continue.
Too quick now, the councilor coming back.
Yeah. So, Stanton, what I would like you to ask the councilor, and if he comes back.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I'm back.
Yes, go ahead. You are speaking. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Speak to us. Councilor Gonglo, go ahead. We can hear you.
We need Starlink in Liberia.
Okay.
Right, let me say this. During the argument, let me bring this fact. During the argument, when the counsel for the majority was arguing and say, "Get your hands off! Don't say anything. Leave this thing is political. The coach should not do anything about it. You know, the coach should take his hands off." One of the justices asked this question. We have 5 justices sitting here. What if we are not satisfied, 4 of us are not satisfied with the Chief Justice? Are you saying it is right for us, 4 of us, to just say, you know what, let's conduct business of the court without the Chief Justice presiding? Can we do that without a Chief Justice being removed? Of course, there was not an answer to that. Because the lawyer gave an answer relating to Sipa Madbandi, or who the justices said, "Oh, you're not dressing in court suit," then you can't say, "Well, oh, that's a different issue," you know. So they say the Chief Justice is presiding. If we don't like her, we don't want to work with her again, can she remain Chief Justice? And we, as justices of the Supreme Court, go ahead to conduct business? Of course, the answer is no. So as long as there's a speaker sitting, all meetings of the House of Representatives has to be under the gavel of the speaker. And if he's incapacitated or he's absent, something is wrong, and then in that case, the deputy speaker will act. But now when the speaker is ready, prepared to act and coming to work, will the deputy speaker act? Deputy speaker can only act when the speaker is not available. So that's what the Supreme Court is saying. Go back and act consistent with Article 49 and Article 33. And under the authority of Article 66 of the Constitution, we have jurisdiction to tell you this. And the court has spoken. The law is the law.
Kev Hassan, the question for Councilor Gonglo. Let's do one quick because his internet is off and on, please.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go quick, Councilor Gonglo. Before I ask my question, you're not here to represent the Kofa Black, right?
I said that.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you quick. According to the Supreme Court ruling, the Kofa Black won. Am I correct?
Yes.
You particularly clear that he won.
I said yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me ask you this. The other side, the majority, is claiming victory. As a councillor, we are looking at your character. Always stand for the rule of law. There's a history with you. Always stand for the rule of law. And the other side is claiming victory. What is your message to the other side claiming victory and misleading the Liberian people?
In fact, I'm calling upon them to respect the authority of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has authority to decide any dispute that arises in the executive, in the legislature, and even in the Supreme Court itself. That authority is given by Article 66. Look, Kev, I have written on this. 1999, I wrote an article in the Liberian Journal of Democracy. At that time, edited by Jerome Verdier and one to read. With the current Minister of State, the current Director General of Cabinet, Nathaniel Kwabo, as Executive Director. The article is entitled, a well-researched article, is entitled Democracy and the Separation of Powers. You know, the other two branches of government don't have a force or economic power. There are two less bulldogs, the legislature and the judiciary. But it is, you know, obedience of the law that gives them power. When the legislature makes law, the executive is supposed to abide by it, the judiciary interpret. When the judiciary interpret, the executive is supposed to accept, the legislature is supposed to accept. There is nothing of a rule of the jungle here. For the Supreme Court to speak, and then people say, oh, we are also the winner. There can only be one winner in the Court of Justice, in the Supreme Court. The court was clear. Otherwise, it would have recognized another speaker. But the fact that the Supreme Court said, I consistent with Article 49 and Article 33. I am telling them, anybody, in fact, the executive from the Supreme Court opinion on Friday, if any member of the cabinet or the president himself does business without that business being conducted through Speaker Kofa, he will be undermining the Constitution. And you cannot undermine the Constitution. Article 76, 5. You know, some of the Constitution, call it E, says that any act that undermines the Constitution is treason. You know, you cannot act in a. That's the Constitution.
Gongo, are you saying? Councilor Gongo, are you saying? Yeah, I understand. I just want to buttress what you say. Are you saying? You continue. Are you saying if the executive branch doing business with the majority, like claiming, you mean the majority is against the Constitution? Is Constitution?
It will be the executive branch will be undermining the Constitution.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Because the Supreme Court has already spoken. And if the majority bloc continues to do what it is doing, it will be undermining the Constitution, which is treason.
Thank you. Yeah, continue, sir.
Okay, Vanny, you can go since Kev is finished because
no, I think Tamba and
no, it's me.
Thank you very much, Kev. Thank you. Let me bring in Vanny Saki.
Thank you.
And Abdullah Ketama will come in.
Thank you, Stanton. Let me say hi to Councilor Gonglo, a man who I respect so much. Let me make this very clear that sometimes in the electoral discussion, people claim neutrality not because they are neutral, but because they want to make their argument to look valid and stronger. I read a lot of pieces from Councilor Gonglo since the crisis began. Councilor Gonglo, I want to ask you a simple question. First question, did you petition the Supreme Court asking the Supreme Court to declare the removal of former Speaker Kofa unconstitutional?
No.
Are you hearing us?
Here's what happened. Like, can I explain? Because that confusion came on. Can I explain? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This
Go
is
ahead.
what happened. Yeah. When the Supreme Court has contentious issues, constitutional. You can hear me? Hello?
We're hearing you. We're hearing
Hello?
you. We're hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Okay, good. So when the Supreme Court has contentious issues, constitutional issues or other matters of public interest, it invites lawyers and call them friends of the court, amicus curiae. And I have served in that position many times. But a lawyer who has interest in a particular matter of public interest can apply to the court to file a amicus curiae brief and argue, all right? But not a petition for any side, because you cannot argue in the court without the permission of the court. So I had been speaking about this, writing about it. So I had interest in it, and I filed a brief before the Supreme Court, and I met the Chief Justice. Of course, she jokingly, but who told you to file a brief? So I said, okay, I will petition you both to allow me to argue. So I was not permitted to argue. It's the right of the Supreme Court to decide who argues before the Supreme Court. But I wanted to give a friend of the court brief, amicus curiae brief. I filed my brief. It is my understanding that some justices look at the brief as well. But the views expressed in the brief is the same views that are being expressing in my writings and in my appearances on radio. To say the law is the law, you know, it's not rule of the jungle. Sometimes you want certain things done, but if the law is not in your favor, that's it. If the group that causes is a majority, I call them lawbreakers. I've said that clearly. I've called them dissident forces in the law, because what they're doing is shameful and disgraceful. In my view, I've said that. I gave a press conference at the Capitol building. Follow the law. If you don't have the votes today, maybe you'll have it a month from now.
Okay, so you got, again, that's what I'm saying. Let's do one question, because the councilor have to try to answer every one question, and we'll be bringing in Councilor C first. Once the councilor return, you can ask your second question. But please, guys, let's move rapidly because of the internet connectivity.
Maybe you can call him, because he sent me a text message whether he can call on the phone. Maybe you should call on the phone.
Yeah, we asked to call him, but Gibson said the councilor really want to appear. Gibson, you want to try calling the councilor that we can make this?
Gibson got.
Yeah, so stand on. I think, let me say this. My question was clearly.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, man, please. Hold on. Councilor, welcome back, sir.
I think we should call you on the phone. They think we'll keep going like this.
Councilor, welcome back.
Councilor, you think we should call you on the phone because this signal
Right.
issue we got?
I'm sorry. Yeah. So
Councilor, if you want me to call you, I can call you and put you on the
Yeah, I
phone.
think we
If
should
you
call you on
want.
the phone because you're freezing. You're freezing.
Yeah, call me on the phone. Yeah, call me on the phone.
All right, so Gibson, we do
It's
not.
all right, but let's keep trying.
Yeah, let's keep trying. Go ahead, Councilor. Finish up, please.
All right. Call me on the phone.
All right, so I really don't want Gibson calling the councilor. I would try to call the councilor because, you know, we don't trust Gibson. Katama said Gibson shouldn't call the councilor.
Send an A or B. I mean, my internet slow. Guess what? Look at.
Oh, that's good. I mean, they, you know what you're doing, Ketama. The consultants are paying off, so that's good.
I beg you, man. Don't be a jizya today.
You the one started. Hey, I didn't say
We have to audit all the consultant at the end of the day. All consultants
I need
will
legal
have to be
representation.
audited.
I need legal
I'm telling
representation.
you,
good.
Councilor, thank you. It's good.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
Like I said, yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Like I said, I widely circulated my brief, and the conclusions reached in my brief are consistent with the Supreme Court's opinion. That's all I've been saying, that, you know, the members of the House should act consistent with Article 33 and Article 49. It's just so clear. And like I say, if the majority had the votes, they would have gone in. But law is not meant for expediency or quick fix. You know, the law is the law.
And because they have constraints, I should not make them behave in the way they are behaving, because the whole public is following them. Young people are following them. I cannot be so stubborn and say, if our friends join us to remove the speaker, then nothing will happen in the house. That is not correct. And the Supreme Court clearly says it's unauthorized. That kind of behavior is unauthorized.
Councilor, thank you. We go ahead with your second question, Vani.
Okay, thank you, Stedman. Let me just make it clear for the public that Councilor Gonglo is not neutral. He got a side. His amicus curiae clearly state his side. He support of our block. That's a fact.
We'll do that at the end of the show. Ask your second question.
So my second question.
What's wrong with having a side?
No, nothing wrong, but you can't claim neutrality. Thank you. My second question is, Councilor Gonglo, I hear you trying to attach the ultra virus to the majority black. But how careful to look at a word we use in the ruling? The setting, is it plural or singular? Because I see is it plural or singular? The setting. Any setting, is it plural or singular?
No. Well, the English I know when you use any, then you have to use singular. You can't say any and say sittings. So that may have been some grammatical error.
Okay.
Any sitting. That's the proper grammar. You can't. So don't go at that. In law, we can say that is harmless error. That was an error. I mean, even the opinion is not out yet because there are corrections being made in the opinion, not in terms of the law, but sometimes that judgment was already written. So the grammar is any sitting. You can have any sittings.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Then I'm going to bring in Gibson, Brother Jerry.
Yeah, okay. Councilor, for me, I'm concerned about
before Jerry comes.
Yes, sir.
Before Jerry comes, 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Let me say to the young man that was speaking that I've been amicus curiae a few times. Sometimes when there is unethical conduct of a judge and the Judiciary Inquiry Commission come, they call us, lawyers, they call you as amicus curiae. When you come, you advise the court on what the law is. And I just stated what the law is. Because what I said, Shevos Kofasa does not make me partial. And when I appear before the court and the court says the judge behave in an unethical manner, I go to the code of conduct, I go to the judicial canon, and I say, yes, I agree with the committee's report on the conduct of the judge. The judge acted unethically. Or I can say, no, I don't agree with the committee's report. And here are the legal backings. That's what we do in the court. There's no neutrality in the court. When you appear before the court to make a view, you make a view and support it with law and argument on one side. It doesn't make you partial.
Councilor, thank you. Gibson, your question.
Councilor, my question will border on the ruling of the Supreme Court. The first one was a prohibition alternative rate that was issued that says, go back to the way you are doing business on a COFA. That has not been lifted. Can that be considered a standing law until it is removed?
No, that was not a prohibition. It was the constitutional prohibition. Later on, the justice declined issuance of the rate. There was no rate issued. He just said, go back and resolve this thing, and but then there was not a rate issued. It was after a conference. The one in which the rate was issued was the re-inconstitutionality of the acts of certain members of the House. And that is the one in which the status quo ante was issued. So the ruling sort of cemented the status quo ante because it was not reversed.
My second question is,
the House should continue. Therefore, the House should continue to conduct business under the gavel of the presiding officer, who is the Speaker. And if the Speaker is incapacitated or for some reason traveled or is absent, then the deputy speaker can act in an order. So because the law supports order, not disorder. I keep telling people politics without law leads to chaos.
My second question is, now that the Supreme Court has ruled and declared sitting that it's not inconsistent with 33 and 49 to be ultra-virus, can it say established law in Liberia that no any group of lawmakers can get together and pass a resolution outside of the normal practice anymore?
That's what the Supreme Court has said. Anything other than that is ultra-virus, is unauthorized. And anything that is authorized is not legal. Anything that is not legally done is not done at all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Kiatamba.
Councillor, how are you, my friend?
I am fine, my Sampi friend.
Yeah, my Sampi friend. Our Sampi brother. Oh. Look, Councillor, the overall purpose of all of this, while we're here, a man was speaker, was enjoying his reign, his governance, and something went wrong. And his goal was that issue of restoration to what I've lost. My command and control over this chamber, my leadership. But the Supreme Court did not give him that. Nothing changed. Nothing has changed. He does not have a quorum. In fact, the Supreme Court also said we cannot compel them to go there. There's no law that says we should compel them. So in essence, the Supreme Court recognizes that he's incapacitated by the nature of the politics. So basically the Supreme Court, my issue is, if you give me a relief, if I lost something, and I'm passing a verdict that does not restore to me what I've lost, there's something they call a fire of victory. Instead, I want you to put that thing up. I put it up, Senton. I want you to put a fire of victory. I said it on you. I said it's in the chat room.
I cannot. He's on my phone.
Okay, that's fine. So
yeah, please.
You lost something. Okay. I come in, and you seek relief, and it's not restored back to you. So the status quo ante was Kofa was enjoying his rule, his governance of the house. Everything was well. He could call a quorum. But even though they said restore the status quo ante, he cannot call a quorum. So I'm asking myself, what kind of victory is that? That changes nothing. That keep me to where I was. That if I reduces my power, because I do not have the number to call a quorum. So what kind of victory that deprive you of just your basic leadership governance? I mean, so if that victory that I'm worried about, is that a strategy to keep the momentum and motivation the Copa camp by claiming victory rather than a real victory? That's my question. What has changed, my brother? My Sempi partner.
I think in the first 30 seconds of your question, I already understood it. I think you want to just talk a little bit longer. Look, where the problem is, it is against those who are acting in defiance of the law. The Supreme Court said, go and act consistent with Article 33. Go and act consistent with Article 49. And then the lawmakers who took oath to obey the Constitution say, you know what, we agree, we're not going. The people of Liberia must be on those people. Because the court has spoken. Nobody should be on their side. Go into the assembly hall, under the gap of the speaker, you want to remove it according to law. Don't act in an authorized way. So we cannot be celebrating them. Let us not give them any feeling that they have any option. To defy the law is wrong. To defy the Constitution is treasonable. Look, the Supreme Court was right. It does not have authority to say, y'all go back. But you know what? That's the reason why as the legislature, both houses have the sergeant at arms. In America, you say we can follow what happens in the United States. In 1868, in the removal of President Andrew Johnson, they didn't have enough the House did not have the required number to form a quorum. The Speaker instructed the Sergeant at Arms to go and bring the track down the other members of the House to bring them. You were in the States, I think it was 2003, in Texas. 11 Democrats left when the redistricting issue was before the House, and they went to Oklahoma. The Sergeant at Arms were instructed to go track them and bring them back. The House itself has its own enforcement mechanism, and the Supreme Court is saying, you know what happened? All we can say, I consistent with Article 33 and Article 49, and how you will do it is left with you. All right? But now the Speaker has authority to tell the Sergeant at Arms to compel those people to come in. Of course, if you even, and you can ask the law enforcement officers to assist him. Of course, politically there will be ramifications because eventually those people who are brought by force might be against you. But there is no vacuum in the law. There's no vacuum.
Okay, so
what people define does not make them right. Might does not make right in a civilized society with more order.
So
they're wrong.
Okay, my simple partner, let me say this. I fundamentally on the side of the law. The foundational business of my argument got nothing to do. I respect the law. I want them to abide by the law. I don't believe in the case of the majority on the argument. Let's be clear. I believe in the law. On the other aspect, I believe Funati would be a better speaker than what this guy offers an alternative. That's personal belief, right? But I also see something. The fact is that, and I'm playing the devil advocate, and other guys say I'll do the same thing, and because I want to give the audience the best experience of their time. I'm also saying these guys, the Supreme Court did something that was to some extent injustice to the Speaker. You know, they basically said everything you declare these guys, we don't agree with you.
Ketama, let's be economical. You're repeating that point. Look, if the Supreme Court can decide against ordinary people, and some now 20 houses.
No, but Councilor.
Wait, Ketama, let you finish.
They lose everything, and they obey that. What's wrong with the lawmakers who have a higher responsibility to respect the law, acting defiantly, and there should be no argument on their side. Common sense is the soul of the law. Ordinary people can obey the court decision. Why wouldn't they obey the court decision? Are they above the law?
So you are stating the obvious, and I'm going to ask you to be more economical because you're stating the obvious. Respecting the law, we all agree. Nobody on the platform say nobody should respect the law. So that is a basic threshold we all will agree. So by repeating it, you're stating the obvious. What I'm interested in is the outcome. What changes? The purpose of the law is to provide relief. It's to solve a problem. It's to address something. It remain unresolved. So they are saying, follow the laws. But they also say, collectively, say follow the law collectively. But the collective number do not give a chance for the Speaker to restore to status quo ante. If the victory is contained in status quo ante, the Speaker's victory is fair. That's my point. My point is, why could the Supreme Court not do something that dramatically remove us from this complete stalemate? It's stalemate. So the Supreme Court cannot provide relief for all Nigerians that are looking for answers. That's my question.
I do not believe that the Supreme Court created stalemate. I do not believe that the Supreme Court did not perform its function. It interpreted the law. Now, like I told you before, Supreme Court does not have that the enforcement of all laws is with the executive branch of government. All right? So the role of the Supreme Court is to interpret the law, which it did. Which is their action correct? They said no. Any action that is also Article 33, Article 44, that all they were asked to do is ultra-virus, is unauthorized. What else people wanted the Supreme Court to do? To say, Marshal, go and arrest these people and carry them back. That's not the role of the Supreme Court. They respect the separation of powers. But there is a moral and legal obligation upon all members of the legislature to respect the law. You know,
Thank you.
And the responsibility of respecting the law is higher on those who the law speaks against, not even those who the law favor. You know, it's just like democracy. Celebrating victory does not show that you're a Democrat. When you respect defeat, you celebrate defeat, then you surely believe in democracy. So let us not give any room to those people to defy the law. Their act is treasonable. You undermining the working of the Constitution, laws not passing, budget not going. They're acting against the interests of Liberian people. It's bad.
So honorable.
And we should not have any argument. I got some of my best friends on the other side, but I don't respect. I'm not giving them. Even when they call me counsel, what do you think? I say you people are on the wrong side of the law.
Councilor Gonglo, we got one more panelist to ask you a question again, because we know we are on time. We got 3 minutes to spend, and then I can announce that we'll be bringing in. Just one person going to ask you. We're bringing Serena Cephas, Anthony, the Honorable Councilor Garrison Yedu, and for the family that will be contributing as well. Let me bring in our brother Clinton. Anthony Law, Clinton, talk to us.
Unfortunately, I don't have a question for the councilor. He was very, very clear on many of the issues tonight. I just want to say to my brother Kiatama, like the councilor emphasized, it is not the role of the Supreme Court, the three branches of government. It is not the role of the Supreme Court to enforce the law. The Supreme Court. I didn't say that. Okay. I didn't say that. But I think the point is, when we keep going back to the Supreme Court being definitive, the Supreme Court was definitive. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So let Clinton finish. Let Clinton finish. Ketama, let you finish.
So the point I'm trying, because you keep pushing you're looking for the end result. The Supreme Court did what it's supposed to do, which is interpret the law. It is incumbent upon the other branches of the government, in this case, the executive, who has a role to play with the legislature. When the legislature makes law, the president has to affix his signature to that law. The president sends the budget. So they have a law enforcement responsibility. Given a court's opinion that the executive, the Senate, and other branches of government now have to respect that. We live in civilized societies. If it was left with each and every one of us to do what we want, of course, we make rules and nobody have to follow it. The reason why we do it is because we respect the law. So the people on the other side have to respect the rulings of the court. There is no ambiguity in the court. You know, when you go to court on a legal argument, there's two sides to that argument. It's subject to many interpretations when you're contesting the issue. Once the court rules, no 2-3 lawyers can have different opinions about what the interpretation of the court is. It's sheer nonsense. Whatever people doing, the court opinion is clear. All the other lawyers who are trying to interpret all the way, they are playing politics with it. There is only one decision the court has made, and the court have said the members of the majority bloc have to follow Article 33.
Thank you. Let's hold you there to excuse the councillor, Clinton. Let's hold you to excuse. Yeah, you will respond. Let's excuse the councillor, then you respond, Kiatama. Councillor Tewonse Gonglo, want to appreciate you tonight. Just real quick, you are saying the action of the majority black is treasonable. You are also saying that they are acting illegally now. They are prepared to go to session this week. Councillor, I want to bring us up to speed. What can the country, the Supreme Court, do if you're saying that the majority black is intentionally, willfully violating the ruling of the Supreme Court?
You know, there's nothing that the Supreme Court can do at this point, because people, of course, if a bill of information is filed before the Supreme Court that what you said is not being obeyed, the court could consider contemptuous, and those who disobey could, who disrespect the opinion of the Supreme Court could be in trouble based on bill of information. But let me say that, you know, I teach a new course at the New York Graham School of Law called Law and Politics, and all of the cases we did during the semester shows that law is superior to politics. And for peace and stability, law has to be superior to politics. Otherwise, there will be chaos.
the supremacy of the law is what keeps democracy going. But when people act defiantly and say we have power, what about number, that the rule of the jungle is unacceptable. So I'm appealing to the lawmakers on the other side, calling themselves majority group, a terminology that is not in our constitution, to obey the law. Yeah, the executive branch under President Weah try to remove a tenure person in the Supreme Court said no, tenure is constitutional. Same thing. Supreme Court under this government, they want to remove all the telecom people at that time, and the Supreme Court said, you know what happened? Tenure is unconstitutional. Of course, they went further to do something I consider unconstitutional by suspending them, but that's a different issue. You know, so there has to be, people have to obey the law, especially those who took oath to obey, promote, defend, and execute the laws of Liberia. Have a higher duty than the ordinary citizen to give meaning to the law. And what the lawmakers are doing is disgraceful, is treasonable, and they are acting. I can almost conclude, because this thing has been debated in the public, that in 2029, almost all of the people who call themselves majority members will be kicked out of representatives, because they are acting against the interest of the country. So I'm advising them to change their mind, you know, to err is human. You know, let them go back and play the politics, not anger. Gradually, they might get a vote they need. Maybe after the new year, you never know. Something will happen that will trigger maybe even 60 members of the House against the Speaker. You will have your deal, but don't force it. If you can't fit, don't force it. You know, there's no quick fixing the law.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Opportunity to express, thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. We remember that from the O.J. Simpson case. Have a good evening, sir. Thank you. Let me bring you Ketema. You come in. I'm going to be bringing folks on. Ketema, talk to us real quick. Let me bring in Serena Seaforth. I'll bring Garrison Yedu, and I'll bring talk to us, Ketema.
So, Stento, my response would be to come in. I think we can't win argument by playing to the gallery or by exploiting sentiments around the issue. You know, what I said was clear. No, law is a practical common sense thing. You know, we should not, what I said was that your interpretation, there are many lawyers that different interpretation. Because the government interpretation is not ironclad, it's not gospel. Your interpretation is not gospel. They are competing interpretation. So when someone interprets differently, does not mean the Supreme Court did not do that. But if you go for relief to solve a problem, the speaker is saying, we try the political route. I'm now winning, they're not winning. We have a numerical dilemma. They do not have the 49 to upend mandate leadership. They don't have the number to do a quorum. The best place is the court. And you can't find a court. It has nothing that is clear. Then you telling me that it is an answer to the problem? When the court are supposed to say we have a stalemate, we have a deadlock, we have a gridlock. My intervention should change something. But the court intervention and just remain things are the same. So basically, we are saying it's not an issue of the interpretation of the law. Each group is interpreting the law to their own interest. The other group is celebrating. Kofa Poor, the thing they are celebrating. You petition the man. He said, declare that meeting unconstitutional. The court say will not talk about it. You say the one the court say will not talk about it. But you say that you say.
But Katema doesn't know you're wrong.
We got to move on. We got Serena Seaforth. We got Garrison Yellow.
We shouldn't let Katema run away with this analysis.
No, I want Katema to finish and see you. Let him
finish. We cannot let him run away with it.
Everybody going to speak. But let's try to recognize
so my point is,
and Garrison Yedu.
When in your response, you can disagree with my point, but don't say I'm not speaking for the law. I stand with the law. When the government decided to remove 10 people, I stood with those because I see it's a violation of law. But it's a practical matter.
Thank you,
when the
Ketamba. Let's
supremacy
move
will
on.
lead- So that's my point. Yes.
Thank you, Ketamba. Guys, I'm going to pause you. Do not respond yet. I want to bring in Serena Seaforth, Garrison Yeru, the Honorable Councilor Garrison Yeru, and Councilor Serena Seaforth. Again, we're going to have a wonderful, tough question and answer and good show today. It's also good to have one of the representatives from the majority black. I'm surprised to learn from Councilor Tewan Ganglo that there is nothing called a majority black in the Constitution as of 1847, or we can say the 1986 revised edition of the Constitution. Councilor Seaforth, welcome to the show. Let's bring you in first because I know it's your bedtime. We don't want to keep you too long, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You good?
Okay. First, thank you. Can you hear me? I'm clear. I want to say thank you.
You're very clear. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm happy for the opportunity, and I listened to my senior brother, the Venerable Tewan Gonglo, and I was somewhat impressed. He stressed on a number of fundamental issues. But I just want to give a little clarity on Article 33. And if you have your constitution, you can go there. It says a simple majority shall constitute a quorum, but a lower number may adjourn from time to time to compare the attendance of absent members. So when they use the word member, they are S there. So the Constitution does not recognize majority black. What the Constitution recognizes is that absentee members. The part of that is that I think the framework believe that in the fullness of time, there will be a majority group of legislators or lawmakers who want to assemble and want to hijack power by force. And so that's what they said, the lower number. In that case, they use the lower number. The phrase, the constitutional phrase of, but the lower number may adjourn from time to time to compare members' attendance, absentee member attendance, is a political question. And I think the court did well because the issue of compulsory order has to be administrative. And in the case that was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court, is called Nixon, not Richard Nixon, Judge Nixon versus the United States. The Supreme Court said that when the action to be performed clearly lies within another branch of the government, is that branch that must be able to carry out that action. So this Supreme Court have said that as well in the case Justice Kabina Mohammed Janet versus the House of Representatives. The other aspect that is important to stress is that I think Kufa won the case because there was a state order placed. That state order, though there was any reconstitutionality.
Kufa won the case?
Yeah.
I think
We're not Ketama way. Ketama, let the council finish. I'm begging you.
My brother, let me.
Well, your protector, Councilor Seaforth, please proceed.
Yeah. I think Kufa won the case because I did not know that the state order that was placed, which formed the basis of halting the proceedings, and then the parties going to the Supreme Court, reinforced. That state order was reinforced with a phrase, with a statement: any sitting that is done inconsistent with Article 33 and 49 is ultra-virus. That phrase of constitutional interpretation clearly reinforces that state order. Now, this is the point I want to make, and I want you to understand this. There's nowhere in the ruling and anywhere in the judgment where the state order place was vacated. I want to see it. And if it was vacated, the Supreme Court does not rule in darkness. It ruled, in fact, they have this thing they call it open court. If for some reason there was a petition for a rate of prohibition and the alternative rate was issued, If you get to the full bench, if they ruled, they will either issue the peremptory rate or they will vacate the rate. In this case, it was never vacated. So I hereby recall my initial statement that I made without knowing that the stay order that was placed still remain in force perpetually. I hereby reaffirm and confirm that indeed Kofa won the case. Now, let me come to the other aspect that you need to get a clear understanding of how the court ruled on this matter. When it came to the interpretation of Article 33, which I just read, you will look at the plain meaning of the article. It's clear if you see it from the face, but you have to look at the history. The Supreme Court look at the history. Then they look at the tradition. Then the Supreme Court look at the precedent, and then the structure. If you see, there's no precedent in the juridical history of Liberia where a group of majority, quote unquote majority, or absentee member, as the Constitution referred to them, that should be compared by the lower number to come to section, have ever congregated at a particular area and demanded the removal or the ejection from office of the speaker.
So let me right there, Councillor, please allow us to. We are many. Let's try to throw some questions your way and make some statement, please. I just want to go back because we have a table.
Let me land, Mr. CEO. Let me
yes,
land.
Sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, land, please. Yes, sir.
There has never been a precedent. If you look in the juridical history of Liberia, there's nowhere where absentee members have ever congregated in a particular setting of the Republic or within the House or created a rival house. But there is a similar situation that happened on June 25th, 1798, when the U.S. government wanted to pass a certain legislation and some senators were staying away. The best thing the Senate did was that they instructed the Sergeant-at-Arms to go and bring those people. And if the Sergeant-at-Arms pay his way or the Senate bore the transportation cost of the Sergeant-at-Arms, whoever that the Sergeant-at-Arms went for, they brought there to attend the session. You make sure they cut it from your salary. So I think part of the responsibility the KOFA leadership has is to revert to, for example, the action. There were a series of actions that were taken against Representative Yeke Koluba in the 54 legislature, where his salary was withheld and where some benefits of his were withheld. A precedent has already been set. So in this case, to resolve this matter, while it is true that people here and there, the Constitution does not recognize majority black. It recognizes absentee members. And in recognition of the absentee member, the Constitution imposes a compulsory order. That compulsory order is an administrative action that lies squarely within a separate branch of the Liberian government, and using the doctrine of separation of power, Article 3 of the 1986 Constitution, the Supreme Court could not have mandated the Speaker to take that. It simply said the particular aspect of this because there has been no mechanism, a constitutional mechanism for that. You'll go back to the yeah.
Councillor, let's hold you there. Thank you again for joining us. And Councillor Garrison Yellow, please, we'll come to you, sir. We'll like your own opinion. You're good, but we just want you to wait a little bit. Let ask Councillor Cephas some question, and then we'll get
ask me questions.
You. Honorable Fode Fambler, thank you for joining us. Hold on 1 minute. Councillor, I want to ask you.
I promise I will not be too. My friend advised me today. I'll be clear. I'll give the clear cut, then I give the law, so that I will do it.
Councillor, what's missing? You came on the show yesterday, I believe, the day for yesterday, and you said Fonati won. You said the majority black won.
Yeah, I think.
But I about to play the clip, but let's just be on the record.
Play.
I about to play your own word. Let me make sure it's up right now.
And you hear the word think, I think.
Okay. We all stand to be corrected. Nelson, did you put it up, Nelson?
Put it up.
Nelson, Honorable.
Yes, sir.
Nelson? Yeah.
Yeah.
Please do. Please put it up. But while he going to upload that, I'm asking you, what's the change of position now?
But if you listen to me, and that's why I love when my friends and I are discussing to listen to me keenly, because I use so many words and then to address a particular issue. I said there was a stay order placed. There's nowhere showing where that stay order was lifted. And the fact that the stay order remain in place and there's no publication for the lifting or vacating of that stay order, clearly he won.
But you didn't consider that. You didn't consider that at first, prior to you giving the announcement a majority black
First,
won.
I thought they had vacated the stay order. I thought they had vacated the stay order because even in the judgment it wasn't there.
Okay, so we're gonna do one question each, and I'm gonna bring in Kev Hassan. Your question, sir.
I need more questions.
You have more questions. You have Honorable Fambula is here and Honorable.
And we should not be emotional. That's all. I need more questions.
No, we will not. We will not. Okay, let's do one more quick off the black chair.
Councillor Cephas, you were
Yes,
clear.
sir.
Councillor Cephas, you were clear.
Yes, sir.
You said I think, and then you went through the entire ruling, and you saw that the stay order was not lifted.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I believe that a well-trained lawyer like you, practiced internationally, knew exactly what you were saying, and they realized that state order was not lifted, and you come back and make it clear. That's what a trained lawyer does. But let me ask you this, right? According to the Supreme Court, they're saying that I'm going to the budget. Tomorrow, the other side is saying that they have a budget hearing. I want you to be emphatically clear. I want you to be clear in your judgment as a lawyer and domestic and internationally. Let me say this. The president, the letter from the president said the presiding. And the ruling of the Supreme Court declare that the presiding is the speaker. And when I say speaker, it's Speaker Kofa, right? Let me ask you this. The majority black, the so-called majority black, claiming they will tomorrow they will constitute whatever they want to do tomorrow with the budget hearing, but the speaker, but the Supreme Court says the speaker is the presiding according to Article 49. In your mind, do you think the majority, the other side, the so-called majority, hijacked the budget from the president? Because the president never addressed the budget to the majority, addressed it to the presiding. According to the Supreme Court, the presiding is the speaker.
Thank you.
So do you think they hijack it?
Thank you. You see, if you read the Supreme Court ruling, and that was one of the brilliant rulings I've seen in recent time, because I'm officer of the court, so I have to defend what the court says, even though I may have a different opinion. But that opinion will simply be for academic purposes, but it's not the law. The Supreme Court opinion is the law. They say any sitting, that's a current statement. So starting from tomorrow, anything you do is illegal. Any sitting that is anathema or inconsistent with Article 33 and 49 is ultra-virus. They made that statement current and futuristic. So that futuristic statement is more like warning you that any sitting, even you pass a budget by the absentee group, any budget passed by the absentee group is ultra-virus constitutionally. That's the law. So the Supreme Court set a bar. They say any statement, make the statement current and futuristic.
So what you're saying that what you're saying that what they're about to have tomorrow is ultra-virus.
Of course, because
so it's illegal.
If you listen to me the other day, there was a question that Staton posed to me, the CEO. He said, "Who do you think is the speaker now?" Then I said, "What do you think?" He wanted me to answer. I said, "What do you think?" So I left the room, and then I went back and realized the stay order. So the stay order And let me define the word status quo ante. It means previously existed condition. What was the previously existed condition prior to the conflict was because Speaker Kofa was presiding. And what has happened is that the court has left that status quo ante unaddressed in place, and therefore it stands. It's perpetual. It's a bar.
And the speaker is the speaker.
So anyone.
Okay, we gotta go. Thank you, Councillor.
Anyone who transact business with the majority black will be in violation of the Constitution. Because
I'm going to bring in Ketema. Ketema, you come in, then we'll go to Vanessaki. Ketema, do you have a question for the speaker? For
Yes. Stanton, and this is full disclosure. I talk to a lot of lawyers daily. One of the person I speak to is Councillor Serena Sivas. Even before the show, we spoke. When he did a presentation, we spoke. So, and he knows he's my friend, he's my brother. But he took a position before, in fact, right after the ruling, I called 7 lawyers, Councillor Benedict Sano, him, 7 different lawyers, just to get interpretation. And one of the things he told me point blank was that the majority black won. He point blank, and he made the case to me. Very brilliant presentation, analytical. And so, I don't know what happened in 24 hours. I don't know what happened, what kind of influence, but I respect your view. I respect you.
But the man told you what happened. The man said it's still already.
Get in chair, my man. Stand on. We're gonna have an enforcement.
Let's move on.
I think we need a Supreme Court decision on the platform here.
It remains ultra virus.
It's ultra virus.
A complete ultra virus behavior. So, Councillor Seaforth, I'm just wondering, is the same Seaforth that read all the document and reached the conclusion that majority is the same Seaforth, or they did not reach somebody that? I just want to know, and I respect you. I just want to know, because when you spoke to me, we spoke for 35 minutes on my phone. I spoke to Councillor Sana, 8 lawyers, literally, about the whole issues. We look at the political side. You're one of the guys I spoke to right after the decision. So tell me, what changed? I just want to learn.
Nothing has changed. When a question is posed to you and you say, I think the person wins, it's not definitive, it's not categorical. In this case, I'm categorical. That's a distinction. I'm quite categorical. Even when the question was posed as to who is now is a speaker, I said, what do you think? Listen, I'm not a Bible. The Bible, if you John 3:16, 200 years from now, it will still be John 3:16. And I'm a lawyer. I live in navigate. Listen, I'm a lawyer, and let me tell you, when I give what I gave was simply a preliminary, observation. But when I did a more holistic review and saw the argument and realized that a colleague on the other side, Councillor Johnson, I think, let me tell you, something happened in the hearing that the lawyers representing the quote-unquote the majority bloc did not stress, and I think it was an oversight. He's our professor, as it was an oversight. They should have raised the issue of the stay order. They should have made it part of their presentation so that the court includes in its ruling the issue of the stay order to be part of the controversy. But because they levy, so they could levy. And the court knew when they look at the precedent, because I told you there are 7 principles in interpreting constitutional phrases here, then 4 of which I need to you. I said the text, the history, the tradition, the precedent, the structure, the prudence or causal, the moral law. These things, you look at them and analyze them. For example, when it came to the question of tradition, is the court, is the legislature, Article 3. The tradition between the branches of the government is that no one branch can assume or perform the administrative actions of another branch. And you can find it in the case Ali Aya versus William E. Dennis is a 1974 opinion of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is clear on that. They did not raise the issue. The Supreme Court went on to define jurisdiction. Because if they had raised the issue, the court would have passed on it. They didn't,
All right.
they didn't raise
So let's
the
come
issue.
back. Councillor, sorry that I will have to interrupt you. I want to bring in for the Fumbler. He's from the majority black. The reason why I bring him
absentee
in.
black. Yeah.
Okay. Now we get a new name for them, absentee.
Constitutionally, they are the absentee black.
Okay. Honorable for the Fumbler, till we can get Honorable Garrison Yedo. Let me bring you on. Honorable Fumbler, talk to us. You listen to Councillor C first.
So, thank you again, Staton. I sat back, you observed, I was laughing. When you have people who should be called elders try to misinform themselves. And believe me, I think the Sereno Cephas that is known to the world has been considered a man who takes bribe. He's a man who is unsanctioned. He's a man that has no moral
How is this substantive? How is this an issue? Like, where are people leave the issue?
It's unfair. It's unfair. It's unfair. It's unfair.
Man, Serena able to defend, sir. Serena is able to defend, sir.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys.
Are you unsanctioned?
Listen.
No, but you gotta. I'm talking about
Clinton, where I beg you, Clinton, hold on 1 minute.
I will learn. Yeah, wait a minute.
He have only 1 minute to make a statement or ask a question. The councillor will respond accordingly. And when we get to you, then you can express your
Then you come and say what you know. I said to you, this Serena Cephas that I'm seeing on this show, he's a man that the world, the biggest police, the United States, have said he takes bribe. He's a man of no moral standing. He lacks moral standing. He came on the same platform yesterday, opened his mouth. He said, based on what he read, he believes.
Listen, sir, listen. I know. When Serena Cephas said the majority black won, you were celebrating, you were laughing.
I did not. I've never taken an opinion from Serena based on the fight of how I know.
Honorable Family, again, we respect each
CEO,
other.
let a man proceed. CEO, let a man proceed.
Okay.
Dealing with a celebrated lawyer. Let him go ahead.
Go ahead, proceed.
So when you are dealing with people whose character are always questioned, name in bribery, name been sanctioned by the world police. When they make statements, those statements, people don't count them because they are not credible. The fight remains. The Supreme Court did not grant any request that was taken to them by former Speaker Kofa. Former Speaker Kofa asked for a few things. He said, one, that the Supreme Court should declare where we sit to be illegal. Two, that the Supreme Court should instruct us to sit under his gavel. Three, that he's been removed as Speaker. That court did not explain anything. That court did not reinstate him. The court went further to say, read it. And I want you to read the last two paragraphs of what the court said. You can read it for him. Maybe he's not reading the law anymore, then they sanction him. You can read that part of it. Please put it on the screen for us, Senator. I'm not asking you questions. You are asking someone who I'm aware that is facing moral, questionable act in the society we live in. No, I can't ask you any question. Let us face the fight. And I will want you to place on the screen for the public to read the last two paragraphs of the Supreme Court ruling. And that two paragraphs was very clear. The last two paragraphs. So now you can read it for him. Sam, you didn't read it well.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and read it, sir.
No, I want for you to help read it from your own stream.
Wow, I'm uploading something. You want to read or you just want to talk about it? That would be fine.
Okay, I want to read for the public to get the clearer version of what the Supreme Court said. The last two paragraphs in that where they start at the part that start with in that even where the Speaker is presiding over the majority, the Constitution is devoured over the minority. The Constitution has not provided any means to instruct the majority to sit under his gavel. 2 of I think it's clear, is devout of the mechanism for how the minority is to compare the attendance of absent members, and the legislature has promulgated no law. There is no law that provides for the speaker sitting over the majority to instruct the majority sitting in session based on Article 33 that has to do with quorum. Quorum, he said there's no law that speaks to simple majority. The law speaks to simple majority in Article 33. Read Article 33, Mr. Counselor. The law says a simple majority shall constitute quorum, and that quorum can conduct legislative business. We have said down with our number that we have constituted quorum and we are conducting legislative business. As such, our action is supported by law. So, Staten, let us face the fight. We believe yesterday it was a victory day for us as legislators and the Liberian people. And some of these people who come with questionable character, they are lawyers. They already have a side. But you need to bring that character to the disco. You cannot bring someone who is under sanction for receiving bribery and you tell him for us to rely on his statement.
Thank
No,
you very much.
I
Thank
think.
you. No, guys, wait. I got to bring the councillor back on. Thank you very much, Mr. Fode. Are you all councillor?
So that's my opening.
Councillor Cephas, are you with us? Councillor? Or maybe he's trying to reposition. Listen, Nelson.
So let me come in my time. Yeah.
No. Hold on 1 minute. Nelson, where is Councillor Yeru, Garrison Yeru? Nelson? Nelson? All right, let me go ahead with the councillor.
I think I'm next, eh?
Hello?
Councillor, thank you for coming back. You listen to Honorable Fode Fabula. Talk to us, Councillor.
Stand on, you fire on the shoulder now. I hope you get firefight already.
Councillor, go ahead. We can hear you, Councillor. Go ahead, Councillor.
Did I know that I would laugh?
Hello?
Councillor, we're hearing you. Go ahead, sir. All right, I think we're having a problem with the councillor internet too.
Okay.
Hold on 1 minute. I'm going to bring in Garrison Yeru. Guys, I know we all here. Let's listen to the guys that are coming on. I'm begging you. Garrison
Can I
Yeru.
make my comment 30 seconds before Garrison Yeru?
No,
Jerome.
I know, but Jerome.
After Garrison Yeru.
Jerome.
Oh, my man.
Thank you.
It's my time.
Honorable Councillor Garrison Yeru, are you? Yeah. Garrison Yeru,
It's my time, Kev.
Are you hearing us, Councillor Yeru?
I'm hearing you.
Good. So you follow Tewon Gonga, the Councillor Cephas. Before Councillor Cephas come back, I want to give it to you. Your take.
Okay, the CEO, thank you so much. But before I give my take, let me try to clarify a few things made by Councillor Cephas. Firstly, he said the stay order was not lifted. The issue about the stay order was not lifted is not true, because the instruction was stay all matter pending the determination of the case. So how, and the court have made a determination. So how did you say that the stay order was not lifted? But I want to draw your attention to a few things quickly. The Learned Counsel said that the minority bloc won. In my mind, it is not true. Go to page 6 of the opinion. I'll say the judgment. The minority lawyers, Councillor Arthur Johnson, and
I'm sorry, do you have the opinion? Can you share with us if you have it on your phone, or tell the producer? Just give it to the producer. He was screen sharing while you're speaking, sir.
Okay. So if you go to page 6, page 5 and 6, you will understand that there were specific things that the petitioner prayed for. And all of their issues were to declare all of the action by the majority unconstitutional and illegal. Did they get that release? No. Go to our give me page 24 there quick, that will give it to you back. You know, we keep making mistakes and we are not reading the opinion in total and see what happened there. Our prayer was that, wherefore, and in view of the foregoing,
If you say our, you are referring to which group?
I mean the majority groups.
Okay, thank you.
You go to page 24 of the opinion. It says, wherefore, in view of the foregoing, member of the House of Representatives pray your honor to refuse jurisdiction over the matter of the petitions. But if your honors decide to assume jurisdiction, rule and order that there is nothing unconstitutional or illegal about the actions and conduct of the member of the House of Representatives to warrant declaring such action and conduct unconstitutional. So I don't know what the senior counsel is coming from to tell us that the court did not rule in our favor. Our prayer, we have two components of our prayer. We say the issue of jurisdiction. The court said no. They determined their jurisdiction. We have jurisdiction. Then the court went forward. They said, but why is true we have jurisdiction? Let us look at the issues. Did the court declare our action, the majority block action, unconstitutional? I said no. What did the court do? The court interpreted Article 33 and Article 49. And let me say a few things there quickly. First, the Article 33 is clear. For the transaction of business, you need a quorum. That is the catching point. And I've listened to Councillor Arthur Johnson in studio, and instead of using the word may, he was using the word shall. In the Constitution, the framework with the text, they say minority may. So it's not mandatory. It's not mandatory. When you use the word shall, then it means you can force the people to go there. Then the second thing the opinion said, when you go to page 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, you understand that the Supreme Court said, in the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker presides. So by that statement, it means the Supreme Court recognized the majority block.
Man, you confused, man. Let's move on, man. This man.
So, don't do that, man.
Yeah, do not disrespect him.
Don't disrespect him, man. Don't do that.
No, he's confused. He's confused.
Guys, stop. You got to speak. Honorable Yedo.
No, Honorable Yedo, they're trying to distract you. You're trying to distract you.
Don't do that. Honorable Yedo, don't do that.
I'm a former lawmaker. I'm not distracted by such thing. I just try to explain to you. The first thing, look, as a former lawmaker, how you establish quorum. You go to section, the sergeant of arms pray to call the section to order. And when the section is called to order, they will do roll call. As any member, that whether when they're doing the roll call, if the speaker is not there for the roll call, he will be deemed to be present. No. If the speaker is not there to answer to his name, he is deemed absent.
Honorable Yedo, let pause you for a second. Let pause you for a second.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah.
The key requirement is that in the absent. So, what make the section legal? The sergeant of arms was present. He called the section to order. The chief clerk or her deputy, they were present and did the roll call. Oh God.
We hear you, honorable man. Talk to us. We can hear you.
They did roll call, and quorum was established for the transaction of business. And in the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker presided, and they went ahead with their business. Now somebody say because the speaker did not exercise his right to go to work, it means that he is deemed present. No. The last thing I want to say before I come to the opinion is that, Mr. CEO,
we got to pause you there because you got to allow us to ask a question. You gave me these different opinions, and I mean, we listen to you. So just pause there. And Nelson, can you change position with the honorable man, and that you can just bring him on from your seat, Nelson, please? While you do that, let me go back to Honorable Serena Seaforth. He must reply or respond to for the formula. For the you're off camera. If you are still with us, can you please come on camera? Go ahead, Councillor Seaforth. Councillor Seaforth? Councillor? All right, Jeru Gibson, Vanisaki, Kepasan.
No, Senator, let's go around the room.
So let me say this as much. I don't want to do it as a question, but I just want to remind my brother. Today I'm going to be nice with you, Fode. He's not here, but I'm going to be nice with him. He accused Serena Cephas of being a sanctioned lawyer whose character is tainted by the international community. But I think Fode forgot that the lead lawyer for the majority black is Vani Sharma.
Exactly.
And Vani Sharma was the first to be sanctioned.
Well, Jesse, you told my talk like I was coming away.
Hold on. And Vani Sharma was the first to be sanctioned, one of the first person to be sanctioned, and was accused of corruption and pay to play. But he was a lead lawyer for Fode and his group. But he comes back and tells Serena Cephas he's not credible. So you can't eat your cake and have it. You can't accuse Serena Cephas of being not credible, but then you use the first person who was sanctioned and who they accused specifically of being corrupt and pay to play and manipulation of the legislature to be your lead lawyer, and you arguing that the other man is not credible. So I don't see how Fode can make that kind of comparison. I think, Councillor Yeru, I'm not a lawyer, but just from a layman view, it looks like you are fumbling with the law. I don't think you even read the Constitution in concert. That issue of simple majority, it is just to assert the responsibility of the House. The next sentence tells you what needed to be done. So if you are really, look, and I mean, full disclosure, I'm not a lawyer, but I did 4 years of paralegal. So I did the same law. The only thing I can do is I can't do what you can do. So I also understand a little bit. So it is not the way you are saying it, and you are misplacing your logic about the law. The Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court was interested in giving the majority black a ruling, the Supreme Court would have made it clear and say, we found no fault with the assembly and actions of the majority black. They would have said that. There is no part of the ruling that indicates any action that is majority black was either right, or they are in the right place, or they did anything good. Now, my last point before I gave the other brother a chance is that do you expect, I don't know how people will expect, how can you be a friend of the court, an officer of the court, and come here knowing the language the court uses to explain the Constitution, and you expect the court to come and say, oh, you are illegal. The court will never say that. They will explain, they will interpret the Constitution, the logic, what the Constitution is saying. So the court will never say, Councillor Yeru, that these guys were illegal. They will never say that. They will tell you what you're doing is not in conformity with the law. It is sufficient for them to tell you, for you to understand, and not to continue what you're doing. What you are doing is not in conformity with the law. Last point, the stay order. And that's the state order we are arguing on today. Go back. Listen, the Supreme Court tell you, Mr. Fode, and the rest of the guys, go back to what you were doing before. If you were right, they will not tell you to go back. They will not tell you to go back. The Supreme Court said the thing you were doing before you left and started only hosting your own section. Stop the session. Don't hold any section. Don't have any activities. Don't have
you
any.
You allow to talk, yeah?
Okay, gentlemen. Gibson, go step by step. So just summarize now. So we'll go to the council.
Yeah, you think we have chair you open here?
You play the tactics of the majority blood. Just trying to distract me.
No. I'm saying.
I was concluding.
Yeah, I just want you to conclude.
So what I'm saying is, the court in no way has ruled even an inch in support of the majority black. And what I would believe is happening here is that people are trying to dig their feet in the ground. There's so much disgrace and shame.
Before just make a clarity.
Council
Yeah, one
Councillor
second, Phil, one second.
beg you.
Councillor, wait. Councillor,
One
wait a
second, Mr.
little
Hassan,
bit.
please. Please, Mr. Hassan,
Kev,
one second.
Kev, okay,
Oh,
gentlemen, let's do this.
uh,
Let's do it easy.
Yeah.
Let's do it easy. Kev,
Let us
Kevin will
let
call
us
Councillor
certain
Cephas.
certain
Yeah,
things
I will
here.
call Cephas. Councillor, wait. Councillor,
Councillor,
wait.
please wait. Councillor,
Councillor,
please wait.
please. Councillor,
Just
please
one
wait.
second. Kev,
Yeah,
can you
yeah,
call Cephas,
yeah.
please?
I will call Cephas. Let me say this. I think Honorable Fambule and others, you guys are a disgrace. Because
But is that even Keftan? Keftan, is that Keftan?
Listen.
Kev, you have insulted women on this way and lie on people you meant to can say people disgrace. You male moral. You be on the same show, you lie on the CEO, then you think you male moral. Don't tell me nothing. You not nothing. You one of the most disgraceful president I've ever seen.
Yo, let me tell you this. Your rubbish.
Say you, that rubbish you paying out of your garbage.
Fambule, your rubbish that you just to other people, you not bring it to me.
But you do it, you bring anything such to me, I will return it back to you in tenfold.
Gentlemen, let's focus on the issue.
What you want to say? Yeah, you spell out rubbish, I'll reply you.
Yo, Foley, let's focus on the issue, my man. Let's focus on the
Yeah,
issue.
but Clinton, we should focus on the issue. What's wrong with the young man?
Let me tell you this. Your rubbish, you will not bring it to me.
If you spell out rubbish, I'll return it in tenfold to you.
Quiet. Quiet.
I'm willing to listen, but you need to be very professional and saber.
You have to keep quiet. You have to keep quiet.
Kev, your host. I beg you, Kev, your host.
Yeah, Fambule needs to keep quiet.
But hold on now.
Yeah, Kev.
When you spill out garbage, I will return steam.
You don't bring it to me.
Kev, your host.
I understand that. Ketema, you
correct. Ketema, 1 minute when the poster comes in. Or 1 minute.
Yes, hold on. You gotta hold on.
Yeah, please, you have to give me the opportunity.
So,
I
yeah,
need to
just hold on, please.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
No. Hey,
We'll come to you, sir.
Listen, you don't run shoulder this, man. You have to be.
When you become host, you misuse words.
Yeah, you are host.
We'll return it to you. This show we came here to provide saber argument, not to misbehave.
Okay, Ketema is up, and I'm controlling it right now. Let's go on. I'm going to go to Clinton. Clinton, go ahead, my brother.
So why you going to Clinton on our next? Why?
That's the way I want to do it.
You didn't see this show yet?
You take them back to us after Clinton waiting for you.
Vanny, nobody making a CDC position yet.
But Clinton is my time. Where you going? Because you both for the CDC.
Clinton will go. Clinton will go.
Why? Our next in line. Why?
Vanny. Clinton,
let Vanny go. Let him talk. Vanny, go ahead.
Vanny, go. Clinton say you should go on. Go ahead, Vanny.
All right. Thank you, Kev. Let me say this, Kev. Let's try to respect people in leadership. They're a little younger, a little older than them, but I respect them. You have consistently disrespected honorable family on this show. You have consistently disrespected lawmaker that you don't agree with. That behavior is unprofessional, unacceptable, and unprotected. We should not be doing it, Kev. You don't have to love the lawmakers, but respect them. Let me say this. I respect Councillor Sifa. You know that sometimes writing on call, education, and honesty. Councillor Sifa is one of the learned lawyers in our country. I respect him. When he came on that day, he was clear and detailed. He did not just say, I think. He said the majority won, and he went into detail. He even used example to support his side. He even made the example and said, if you go to pick plums and return with plum leaf, you consider that a suicide? He even made it clear in his explanation that everything that the former speaker of Frantikova prayed for, the court did not give me anything. He said that. But I understand. On the same show, he made it clear that he represented Frantikova. After a few seconds, he received beating. He was disowned. Now this man is fighting back for friendship. So he can't buy today and say, oh, I didn't see the other side. So now, so Jerry will understand these things. You know, he can be well educated. When you lack honesty, it question your education. So it's not strange to me. So
Okay,
for me,
Vanny.
I just say,
Okay, Vanny, let me go to you do your 2 minutes.
wait for 2 minutes, finish, Jerry. You see that? And I will keep, I respect it. I respect it. You know, you're the moderator. Go ahead.
Clinton, go ahead. Clinton, go ahead. Clinton, are you hearing me?
Jerusalem laughing at you.
Clinton, are you hearing me? Go ahead. Yeah, are you hearing me? Go ahead, Clinton. You muted. You muted.
Oh, you hear me? You can hear me now?
Yeah, you are muted. Go ahead.
Okay, so there are a few things. For you guys, look, when we come on the show, I just get turned off when I'm on any kind of platform and it becomes personal. We leave the issues and we start to talk about people, right? First, the first comparison was wrong because, like Jeru says, the issue of sanctions is on both sides. Even the lawyer who represents you is himself is sanctioned. So what does that really say about you? If you're saying this guy doesn't have any kind of moral to say any kind of thing, but yet the person who's representing you themselves is in the same position. So that is not even the issue to raise. Let's just talk about, the issues that are important. Councilor Yellow, when I wanted to talk about Article 33, you made mention of may and shall, right? And you said because in Article 33, it does not say it may, and so it doesn't mean that the people have to go back because it doesn't say shall, it says may. That word may is an option, and that option is given to the minority. They can decide to exercise that option. That's why it says may. Right? That's why the word may is used. Whenever the law uses shall, it's a must. In this case, it said may. It gives them an option. They have the option. It's not must. The law is not going to tell them, say, you must go and bring your members. It's saying you have the option to do that. They can do that, or they can decide not to do that. That's the first thing I want to do. The other thing is you have to, when you say that none of the requests of the petitioner was granted, how is that even true? You have to read the opinion of the court. Let's look at what was unfolding. You have a group of lawmakers that left the chambers of the speaker under the gavel of the speaker, and they were operating on their own. The speaker says, reaffirm my speakership. That's what he asked the court to do, right? The speaker said, say whatever they're doing over there is not constitutional, it's also of the law. The court went ahead and says, honor our law. This is our interpretation. Honor Article 49, the speaker is presiding. And we interpret Article 33 to say that whenever you have a minority or a majority, the speaker remains the presiding. And in conclusion, the court said, wherefore all the other things we said, that you now go back and add in according to what we've interpreted. And then you say that the court has not granted any of the men's petition. I have never, in all the years I went to law school in this country, in all the times I have practiced law in the country, I have never ever been in a position where in any time a court passes a judgment, all the lawyers got different opinions. Never happened. What kind of country are we? You have different opinions before you go to court. Once the court passes an opinion, the court will make. What kind of country are we that every lawyer has a different opinion on what the court says? There can only be one thing the court said. The court can say two, it can say three. It's not subject to interpretation.
Let's get Garcia Yellow to come in. Let's get Garcia Yellow to come in. Go ahead.
So much, Mr. Hassan. And let me make it clear here. I'm one person that have challenged laws in this country and I've gone to the Supreme Court repeatedly. And fortunately for me, two of the cases I went or had the Supreme Court I won. In 2017, we have to go back to recount in NEMA, and this year again, the court was definite. What we asked the court for, the court gave it to us. When they went, the government removed 10 new officials. So when you said that the court had never been definite to say don't do this or do this, then it's not right. I'm saying to you, they were specific prayer. Let's take, for example, like the Chief Justice said in the opinion. She said, maybe you have gone, he said, appeal. There are process involved for appeal. What is the process? The first thing, you got to announce your bill of your exception. You got to prepare the bill of exception signed by the judge. And then you have to follow the process. And that process was what? Sanctioned by the legislature. And the Chief Justice said in the opinion, up to now, there is no law from the legislature that will say this how or the manner and form that you will compel anybody to go to session. The other thing people have not understood is that how do you arrive at absent member? So the mayor is in the building. There was a roll call. He answered to the roll call with the chief clerk. The sergeant your arm pray, and you say that session is illegal? No. As a former lawmaker, I know, even when doing the removal of Speaker Tata, I play a very key role advocating for Speaker Tyler. So my advocacy in this country didn't start, maybe it's your first time seeing me. And that's why I want to stick to the issue of law. I don't want to be personal. But let us be clear here. When we went to the Supreme Court and said, we went in the joint chamber, we said, well, the quorum for today constitutes the quorum for the next 90 days, 3 months. The guys from the majority bloc went to the Supreme Court and said no. And the justice in chamber, James Etta Wolokoli, said no. You have to go to session every day to where the chief clerk sit and the sergeant your arm is and answer to your name to be present. In this case, where is the chief clerk? In the joint chamber. Where is the sergeant your arm? In the joint chamber. So it legitimizes the section there. With Funati, you have nobody. You talk about the budget. The budget was sent to the chief clerk office. The chief clerk is the custodian of all documents of the House of Representatives. So my point tonight is, look, let's be sincere here. The Supreme Court ruling is clear.
30 seconds, Mr. 30 seconds.
The Supreme Court ruling is clear. And if we have the opportunity, I can even go in the rules that when the court is saying presiding, even in the rules of the House of Representatives, it is not just the speaker. Several provisions. And if you read the rules of the House of Representatives, there are provisions where they make direct reference to the speaker. There are provisions where they say presiding. In the absence of the speaker, when he's not there, he can be in his office, the deputy will preside.
Okay.
You also have the chair or executive who will preside in the absence of the speaker and the deputy speaker. That is the legislative proceeding. So for you to come and say,
Councillor,
Councillor,
let me ask you one question before Sereno Sifa. Who is the presiding?
No, you will take me before Sifa.
No, we'll go to Sereno Sifa. Who is the presiding?
You will take me before Sifa.
Yeah, formula next.
You need to take me before Sifa.
Okay, well, I'll go
Formula next.
Yeah, I'll go Ketambasi. But let me ask you, who is the presiding according to the Supreme Court, Councillor?
Okay. The Supreme Court was very definite. The Supreme Court said in the opinion and in the judgment.
Who is the presiding? The Supreme Court is
my brother. I have to lay down.
I mean, you interrupted me here too. You interrupted me.
I'm sorry. Can I mention? I'm sorry.
I respect you a lot, and please allow me to learn, man. I beg you. Yeah. Okay. You know, the Supreme Court was very clear. They said, Article 49, the Speaker come out as presiding, deputy speaker, and other officials for the smooth operation of the House. So they didn't stick to the speaker. And in the House's rule, you will understand that the speaker is number one on the list. When he is not in,
so Junior, can you just summarize your point? Can you just summarize your
point? The key point I'm trying to make it tonight is people keep saying when you are in the building and you don't answer to your name, it means you are present. No, you are absent. Ask any lawmaker. For you to be present, it means you have gone to the chamber and you have answered to your name. And who will do the roll call? The roll call is not done by no other person. The roll call is done by the chief clerk or the deputy.
Let me ask you this question and ask formulate this question. We now see that the Supreme Court has spoken, so we exhausted the legal aspect. We have gone to the highest court in the land. In your view, what is there a political solution to this situation now? In your
the matter have been resolved. When you go to court, Clinton said that he have not seen, but the court was very clear, emphatic. Two things the court said. You went to the court, you said declare everything unconstitutional. The court did not declare unconstitutional. The court said any sitting, and in the mouth of the court elect the sitting mayor issues. The court said any sitting that is not in conformity with Article 33 and 49 is ultra virus. How a sitting is legal? Do you have the officers that make the sitting legal with you? No. So how you declare yourself to be legal? When the officers who should be there to perform the mandate,
Are you going against the Supreme Court?
Okay.
I respect the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the majority. How will I go against the
Kev,
Supreme Court?
let him finish with talk.
Let him finish, Kev.
When the
Kev,
Supreme Court
Kev,
in favor of the
Kev,
Supreme
don't
Court
do that,
of
man.
the
Kev,
majority.
let it flow.
No, we respect the Supreme Court. And I want to say to you, you have officers that make the session to be legal. It's not just the representative.
Okay,
Who are the officers?
we have to go to
The officers that make the session legal, the first thing you should have the sergeant or the deputy sergeant on there. You need to have the chief clerk or the deputy chief clerk.
Okay,
all of the clerical staff, and the session is legal.
We gotta move. I'm sorry, we gotta move. Because Honorable Family, help us understand at this point, what is the next step? Give us a next step. Paint us a picture of next step from your side.
So I think I would like to be very clear. There was specific reason, like you said, like you heard Honorable Yelu or Councillor Yelu saying that former Speaker Kofa prayed for everything that was done in the Joint Chamber to be declared null and void. That process should be declared unconstitutional. What are the contexts of everything that we are discussing? One, there was a quorum established. Two, there was a presiding in his absence, and that presiding is the deputy. So that presiding is currently the deputy speaker. And thereafter, there was an election. Within that election, our colleague Honorable Kun was elected as speaker. At that point, Honorable Kofa took a flight at the Supreme Court. Let me give you the other fight. There were 50 lawmakers who signed the resolution. The law provides that you need 49, but there were 50 lawmakers. There were 50 names of lawmakers who signed on that resolution that removed Honorable Kofa based on the report of the committee. As it stands, way forward, we believe we will respect.
Have since said that the name was put there for the wrong reasons.
No, Gemina, when you sign a resolution, you sign with a specific information. By signing the resolution, you agree to the action to be taken. If you rescind your signature, you will need to serve the parties a copy. No lawmaker in this republic serve the chief clerk, nor the deputy chief clerk, any copy of any document that rescinded their signature. So there is nowhere in this republic that they ever. Let me give you what I wanted to say. I came on this show to specifically deal with a matter.
Yeah, okay,
if your question is about willpower, the issue I want to deal with on this platform is this. Honorable Kofa, who is the person we are discussing that want to purport himself as this rule of order guy? One, Honorable Kofa is a man who previously served as the chairman on judiciary. Honorable Kofa is the lead person who prepared the report to undermine justices at the Supreme Court and judges who ran a decision. Former Justice Kabina Janet was impeached on the basis of a decision that he ran in a case based on a report that Honorable Kofa presided over the judiciary. No, I'm coming. I don't want to land on this note.
1 second, we'll get you. Focus on this issue we are right now.
I'll come in right back to the issue. I want to give you the context similarities.
Argument from what we're saying. What is the next step? How are you going to apply the Supreme Court ruling? Tell us.
The next step, I want to give you similarities in what I'm discussing.
Yeah, but that will take us long, and then CFOS will come and get a different argument. We just want
but CFOS will need to say, the late Jake can say when he say, I will say mine. We're not saying the same thing.
Yeah, but get to the point of what's the next step. How you guys will implement.
No, I wanted to say to you and the public, the first thing is to establish that Honorable Kofa has undermined the justices in the past. He has made justices to be afraid of putting in place decision or deciding cases because they believe there are people on the other side whom are holding hostage based on the kind of decision they put. He undermined the judiciary system. He cannot be considered as a man of a rule of law protector. But moreover, where we are.
Hold on, please. They see where you want rule of law in your hand. I want to host here too. You want respect. I want to host more.
Okay,
on the most serious note, you didn't go to the Supreme Court to talk about Kofa
So-
did not do this to Janet. I wonder why you went to Supreme Court. Now
No, I think Kofa had never been a rule on other guy. He impeached Janet illegally.
No, but let's focus on the Supreme Court. You didn't. You
So
can't
let's
be
go
on-
back to the Supreme Court. Now.
Let's be honest. He's not
The
here.
Supreme Court ruled in keeping with Article 33 and 49. The first thing Article 33 was to establish what we have argued in previous time, that we have established a quorum. A quorum is a simple majority of the House number. The House number is 73, and we have more than 43. 2. In the absence of the Speaker, where all of the officials are seated and roll calls are done, the Speaker was always considered absent. In their record, the Deputy Speaker is the legitimate person to act in that stead of the Speaker. And we believe the Speaker was absent. There was an election. Moreover, where we are, our colleagues are aware. Our colleagues are aware that the activities of the House will not be stored Monday.
Don't stir up confusion on the show. I beg you, Kev. Let me speak.
Monday, I know Kev will always do this kind of thing. He always drive in with his party propagandist mindset. So let us focus on the issue.
Wait, go ahead.
So what I'm saying to you on Monday, what has been decided, the Committee on Ways and Means.
From there.
Yeah.
My question is simple. The Supreme Court has handed down a verdict, has handed down a ruling on this matter. How do you intend to implement that ruling? What's the next step for your group?
The only man I see undermining that ruling is the former Speaker Kofa. That's the only man.
He's undermining. What are you willing to do to implement the ruling? Say he's undermining. What are you doing?
What we're trying to do is to implement the ruling, is to ensure that we continue doing the Liberian people work. Monday, the Committee on Rules, the Committee on Ways and Means will begin the process of ensuring that the Liberian people resources, meaning the budget, can be discussed. Monday, the Liberian people will understand as to how resources will be directed at their hospitals, their clinics, the programs of the rescue government, as to how roads will be built. All of these things we'll start discussing these things on Monday. So Monday is another day to celebrate the Liberian people and ensure that they themselves can be informed as to activities of lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Moreover, our colleague has already resolved. I'm talking to most of them. Over 10 of them has agreed that they will be joining the session. They're willing to come back to do the Liberian people business. Yeah. So I'm talking to some of them. The guys are tired. If you are there, if you saw the photo,
you can't be with him man the whole time. We need to speak. Gibson, I haven't spoken.
I beg you, Gibson, I beg you. Go ahead. Just summarize. I beg you from.
So on Monday, while the project process is unfolding, Tuesday is regular session that will be presided over by Kun. I'm aware of few other colleagues from the KOFA who have associated themselves with KOFA who want to add in keeping with the law and support the law now. They are saying they come to work. They will be in session and continue the Liberian Pro business.
Thank you for the.
But let me just say this about Honorable Gonglo. Can I lay on the issue, Honorable Gonglo?
Honorable family of 1 minute. Honorable family of 1 minute.
Honor Kun Gabo will assemble in the joint chamber. Honor Kun Gabo on Tuesday.
My question is the 10th person from KOFA side?
I have not spoken.
I said that is why I'm hearing from the guys. They might turn up. They must stay out of session.
I'm going to follow up. Ketema, thank you very much. I think we should bring in Serena Seaforth to speak. We got a lot to cover, but limited time, guys. We have another 21 minutes to go in the program. So, Honorable Seaforth?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Listen, when I was a student, and I'm surprised that Formula will go this route with me. This is a lawmaker. The fear of the supremacy in this land is not the Supreme Court, it's not the legislature, it's not the executive, it's the Constitution. So any lawmaker who takes office swear to the Constitution to uphold, defend, and protect the Constitution. For my fellow Liberian, somebody who is trying to become a lawyer, come on this platform, and instead of dealing with the situation to try to denigrate me, I feel so hurt. I almost left the show. For example, Garrison Yelu is my cousin. He doesn't agree with me, but listen to his language and listen to a lawmaker. Listen to the lawmaker The Sabah issue is he talks about your own sanction, blah, 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 blah. He has not put food on the Liberian port table. He has not assisted any Liberian. I challenge my accuser. Must have my day in court. But that's not the issue. Do I sit and cry? The man that represented you is a venerable professor from the law school. He taught me. He also on sanction. You can't be benefiting from a sanction lawyering, then because somebody expressed a view, then I know the man is not credited here and there. And our lawmaker speaking. But that is beside the issue. Me tell you why you're driving the country to. Because you are not a lawyer. You just graduated from law school and you have not practiced. You don't
my master's degree is in public administration. Go to the issue. I'm listening to you quietly.
You don't come into the field and start to rain insult against those who are supposed to mentor you. You need to learn a lot. Here in Liberia, I'm not just a senior lawyer. I'm not just a senior lawyer. I'm a senior counsel of the International Criminal Court. Go there. Senior counsel on the IRMCT. The first Liberian to serve to work for the International Criminal Court. Please don't do this. Let's stick to the issue. What you are doing is driving the country on the edge. And one thing may happen to me, beginning tonight. There is a clear and pressing danger to the stability of the Republic. Under Article 76 of Paragraph 5 of the 1986 Constitution, it is stated that any action, any conduct, any activity that tend to subvert, undermine, and abrogate the Constitution of the Republic is treasonable. Based on that, the President has the sovereign constitutional responsibility to say, based on the fact that there's a clear and pressing danger to the Republic, to declare a state of emergency and suspend Parliament. You know that the President got the constitutional power to suspend certain basic fundamental rights.
Oh, you don't lawyer for the President.
Under Article 86B, and say, okay, the budget will do it, will handle yourself. So put your house in order. You are just a learner. Learn from people who know. Must say, I'm learning from other people. I didn't come on this platform to denigrate anyone. Let me repeat what I said. Kofa has won. You will not show me in the ruling where the judgment where the Supreme Court lifted that status quo ante order that was issued as a fundamental basis for you appearing before them. There is no majority block in the Constitution. What exists in the Constitution is in Article 33B. Article 33 is called absentee members. And the reason why the constitutional phrase, but the lower number may from time to time adjourn and compare the attendance of members. Yeah.
Hold on 1 minute, Captain. I beg you. Let's give the other strength.
Moving to a direction because
yeah.
But you just left fully or just running around the show talking forever.
I'm going to bring Honorable C4 while we have you here, guys. Let's throw in our question quick. We'll come to you, Honorable Yeru. You in studio, allow Gibson, Vanisaki, Clinton, Kev Hassan to go through. Then we'll come to you because we're trying to wind this thing down. It's Sunday. Right now, it's 11:14 in Liberia.
I'm supposed to be sleeping because of your business. I'm out.
Thank you. Let me bring in Gibson. Gibson, make your point quick, sir. You got 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Councilor Yelu, I have no problem with you. You know why I don't have a problem with you? As a lawyer, you can represent anybody, even if it is not your fundamental thought to do so. Lawyer can represent anybody. You can argue any amount of cases for anybody. Even people who are criminals, people who are murderers, they got lawyers. So you can plead on behalf of anybody. The people I have problem with is Fode and the rest of the people who are acting in a way that is going to erode the essence, the importance of the legislature. So long they continue in this path, this government is going to be dogged by their action. And I don't see how, we all need to start thinking about it. How are they going to pass the budget over to the Senate? Even before the Supreme Court ruled, the Senate has said they were not going to take any instrument from them. Before the Supreme Court ruled. Now that the Supreme Court has ruled, do they see themselves going the extra mile to sit and discuss the budget and take all the stress and going through and bringing people, they talking and they sitting down hours and hours. They approve from their side of they approve the budget and they have no one to send it to. They can't send it to the Senate because the Senate said they're not going to take it from you. The president cannot sign your budget. Who are you going to send the budget to? Someone, come on, people, the simple people who are in the market, waterside market, if they can answer this question. Before you start, you went to the Supreme Court. Your who is supposed to concur with you, who's supposed to concur for the president to sign the budget into law. They said they're not taking no instrument from you. The Supreme Court came and said what you are doing is wrong. You think you will send your budget, whatever you do in our budget, you will send it to the Senate and the Senate will say, yeah, we're going to discuss it? Or you think the president of Liberia will look in the face of this opinion and say, yeah, you're bringing a majority black, I will sign your budget and then we'll operate it as a legal instrument? You guys are wasting your time and you will know later that you are wasting your time because
Thank you very much.
Digging your feet in the ground.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Barney Saki. Barney?
Yeah, thank you. Let me make a quick statement and ask Councilor Sifa to explain this for the common people. When the petitioner prayed the Supreme Court, the petitioner asked for specific things. Now, I want you to explain this. So you are claiming that former Speaker Franadi Kofa won. That under these circumstances, the Supreme Court cannot do for the legislature what is within preview to do. To do so will be a violation of the Constitution mandate on the separation of power. Since you claiming this is done, former Speaker Kofa won. What is in the preview that the Supreme Court told the lawmakers go do it? It's in your preview. I can do it for you.
Thank you. You know, I like your exposition, and not those who will manufacture the most unsanny slander to attack those who have seen through their hypocrisies and viciousness like Spamler. Look, my brother, you asked a very salient question. Let me address it. The phrase, the constitutional phrase, but the lower number may adjoin from time to time and compel the attendance of member. If you look at when I was talking about constitutional interpretation, I talk about 7 principles. Part of the principles of the constitutional interpretation, they call precedent. If you look at the juridical history of Liberia, this situation that is obtaining now has never happened. So what did the Supreme Court use? There is no mechanism. Since there is no mechanism to address that, then the Supreme Court took into consideration the case of Kabina Janet versus House of Representatives and the case Nixon versus the United States. And he says in both cases, the U.S. Supreme Court and the Liberian Supreme Court said, when the action to be performed lies in the other branch of the Liberian government, it's only that branch that will perform that. The issue that you all go by and talk about is administrative. It's not justiciable. It's not justiciable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did I address that?
I got a quick follow-up question.
You gotta follow up. Yes, go ahead.
Let him follow us.
Go ahead.
That's a good question, Tino.
So thank you, Councilor Cephas. I think a lot of people, including Vani, are missing this thing. When the court talk about Article 33, they are taking Article 33 interpretation to mean that the court is saying that it cannot deal with any of the issues raised before the Supreme Court. The court was referring to a very specific issue when it says that as a matter of constitutional law, whenever an issue, the finality of an issue is vested in another branch of government, the Supreme Court will not get involved in that. When Article 33 of the Constitution says that a lower number may compel the attendance of absent members, it gives that power exclusively to the legislature. So the Supreme Court can do it for the legislature what the legislature is supposed to do. That's what the Supreme Court is saying. It's not saying all the issues before it cannot deal with it. Second thing I wanted to respond to Councilor Yellow. when he talks about what constitutes a section, what makes a section legal, and he talks about the sergeant of arms, he talks about, I believe, the clerk and everybody else. So he's talking about all these people, but not a presiding officer, which the Constitution says. The only person that matters, the only position that matters, which is the presiding officer, that the Constitution says should preside. So you talk about all these people that make the section legal, but not the presiding officer. I found that very interesting because that's who the Constitution says. The Constitution is the highest body of law. So wherever horse rules you have, whatever administrative rule, none of them supersedes the Constitution. And on this matter, the Constitution says unless the Speaker, who is the presiding, is absent. In this case, we know we have a Speaker that has been present. Now, you can't make the argument that the Speaker is absent because you had a session where you had sergeant and clerk, because we know that the Speaker was holding section in the accordance with Article 3 and adjoining on the day of the day in accordance with Article 33. That's the 2 points I'm going to make.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Garrison Yellow in studio. Honorable Yellow.
Okay, thank you again. Let me say this again for the record. I listened to the learned counsel Cephas. He said there is no precedent, but I can tell you during the Speaker Tyler situation, we went to the Supreme Court, and the justice in chamber declined to issue the writ to stop them or compel them to come to our session. The justice said it was purely a legislative matter, and the court will not interfere with it. So in this case, the Supreme Court is saying this matter is legislative. We are not going to tell the people to go to work, to do X, Y, Z. It's not our province. It's not our territory. So it is just simple. And for me, Councilor Cephas, you know me. And maybe people coming here to say you lawyer, suppose say you betray, you do this. No. As I serve a public defender, like you said, I represented a lot of indigent clients in this country. And I'm on record. When I take my side, I take my side. What is important is that we must guard the country legally. The court has spoken. If you went to the court and say eject the president from their land, who's the president from their land? And in the final determination, the court did not eject and who's the president. Simply, the court is saying there is no reason to who's the president or eject the president. In this case, the minority went to court to declare all the action unconstitutional. You, as the senior counsel, tell me anywhere in that ruling that the court said all the actions are unconstitutional. What the court said in paragraph, the second page.
Cousin, let me answer you. Let me answer you. You say,
okay.
Let me answer you.
No,
even though we disagree, but we still cousin.
You know you're my man now. So, like in the case of this, with the TNU official, the court was very clear and said it was unconstitutional and it was a violation of our right. And the court came and said, the thing you're saying, the executive, you're saying that Article 56 gives the president the right to appoint and fire is not true. Article 89 is also there, and it's a stand-alone article. So you can't use one article to defeat another article. So the court came clear. In this case, you said they should declare the action unconstitutional. The court said, no, it's not our province. They left it at that. Then you say, you as a senior counsel, you say, the man who went to court, it is not the majority that went to court. When you go to court, you go for redress. Did they get the redress? No.
Let me respond. No,
the
court did a declaration. The court did a declaration. The declaration was made. Let me show you what the declaration is.
Giving that deference to speak to councilor.
Yeah, I know. Let me show you the declaration.
On this show for over maybe 1 hour plus. So the little time they're giving us, please allow us to speak.
Okay.
When you go to court for a relief, and that relief is denied, councilor, you are telling me in the audience that you say declare the action unconstitutional, and the court on page 2 of the judgment, paragraph 3, 4, and 5, they were clear, and they told you, like my brother Clinton said, no, Clinton, let me tell you, I agree with you that you talk about the constitutional requirement of presiding, but you see what the constitutional in Article 49, they did not leave it just as a single responsibility for the speaker. They also mentioned the deputy speaker and other officials for the smooth running. So they are telling you,
Thank you.
In practice, when the speaker is not present, the deputy will preside. When
See,
the
let me answer
deputy is
the
not
question.
present,
You asked me a question.
the chair or executive will preside. That is the
Thank you.
legislative practice. So you can't.
Thank you, Honorable Yeru.
Okay,
In
thank
one
you.
breath. Let me
Honorable
answer
Yeru,
the
Honorable Yeru, we hope we can even have you tomorrow. I think that
Yeah.
you are making some serious argument that other folks will like to throw some questions.
So let me answer a question. You asked me a question.
No, I
Yes,
asked you a
sir.
question.
Go ahead, Honorable C first. While we
Okay.
close
He
this,
said, show me, he said, and I like Garrison. He said, show me where they made the declaration. You know, constitutional courts are professional courts. The court said, and this is the declaration that the court made, any setting that is anathema or inconsistent with Article 33 and 49 is ultra virus. That declaration is sufficient, it's categorical, it's pronounced. So what the court did is that they gave a current declaration and a futuristic declaration, which means nobody can say tomorrow, nobody can preside because any other setting is deemed ultra virus. Now, when you do what the court says you should not do, you will be undermining the Constitution. That amounts to abrogation. And my senior counsel, who I worked for when I graduated from law school, said that's treason. So I went on this station to define what is a treason. My brother, we are family. We should deal with issues in a more holistic and professional manner. That's why I got very honorable family. Thank you. You asked the question, where is that declaration? That declaration was made. And Saki, thank you for your question. At least you brought out a question that will give clarity to the people. The truth is, Kufa has won. If you went to court, you say somebody has stolen my goat. And the court say, oh, they stole your goat. You say, yeah. He said, from now on, beginning today, anybody who steal goat, that person is a rule. What else you read there? There's anything international law.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on 1 minute, guys. We really got to go. I beg you. That is Councilor Finn. I got to remind the Councilor.
I think it was a gross constitutional oversight because, as it stands, the majority of bloc won. That's how.
So, Councilor, that's the clip. I just wanted to end on this.
Now listen to this. When you use the word I think, you use the word I think, and not categorical. I said, I think.
You say as it stands, the majority bloc won.
No, listen, I think. As it stands, I think.
Whatever Councilor Seafor says yesterday does not change the court's ruling.
I think as it stands.
Councilor Seafor, we're going to play this one more time. I want you to listen, and then we're going to ask for your...
as it stands.
No, let's play it one more time now. Then I'm going to ask for your closing because we got to move on. I want to appreciate everyone, even my dear friends there in our chat room that distracted me, Mo Addy and Stephen Johnson. And Clinton, you got to stop. Now, don't join them to distract me, Clinton. So let me play this real quick.
I think it was a gross constitutional oversight because, as it stands, the majority of bloc won. That's how.
Wait, please.
There's no sin, there's no blinking about it. You know, my mom used to tell me that the truth is naked, and so everybody is afraid of the truth. For example, when the Supreme Court said that any sitting that is not done consistent with Article 33 and 40 and 49 is ultra virus, that was not the issue before the court. The court then she was crowning and said, therefore, the setting that so is ultra virus. So the issue was not, for example, you go to the court for relief, and then the court, instead of getting the relief, the court only say that if anybody steals, it's a crime. But you carry a case, you say somebody stole my.
Councilor, you didn't only say abstain. You were definite. You were on point. You gave so many reasons why the majority bloc won. Today, Councilor, let me finish now. Councilor Seafor. Now, let me finish. So here's the issue here. It's only clear to everyone that
The
listens to
council
you.
on damage control.
Say no, wise men changes. Wise men changes.
It doesn't matter. Even if he said
Let me
it wrong, what does
respond.
it matter?
Let me respond.
Thank you, guys.
Let's move on, man. Sit on.
Councillor Cephas is here. Hold on 1 minute. He's going to close and he's going to go. Councillor, let me just say this while you prepare yourself to close.
Sendo. He actually told me the reason privately why he changed the position, but I don't want to discuss.
Councillor, did you speak in error?
No. I don't.
Do you still believe?
Listen to this.
Do you still believe? No. I know as you change your position.
No. My position has not changed.
Okay. So whatever you said on Friday, do you still believe that you still think the majority black won?
Listen to this. You know, people have to learn to understand English, and I'm not responsible for that. When you use the word "I think," that is not categorical. It's a belief. Article 15b gives a Liberian citizen.
I think they didn't apply to the rest of the.
No. It continues. Start on. It continues.
It did it. You said I think, and you started a whole new statement.
But I think.
No.
That was the premise. What was the premise? What was the premise of the discussion? That I think was the premise. The rest of it fall under me. Not sure. The rest of the team fall under I think.
So you already say, Councillor, you already gave in. You said you think they took your client to the gallows. They're about to hang him. They hang him already. Is this lame excuse you're going to give his family after they kill your client and you declare the other people victorious? Now you're coming back to say family people are sorry. I think the man is supposed to die, but I already said it.
I don't talk about the death of people. I don't even discuss that I'm a pastor.
Okay, so I agree with you. Don't talk about the death, but Councillor, why such an error from a brilliant learned councillor?
It was not an error. The thing was the premise. Start on. When you're speaking, you as a lawyer, you lay a premise. So if for some reason all the other issues fall under the premise, what was the premise of that? I think. The rest of the issue fall under the premise of I think. So it was not categorical, it was not definitive, it was not certain.
So right now you believe that for that you won.
I did not only believe. I didn't say I believe. The Supreme Court ruling says so, not me.
But I know I was talking about belief center. This is a course.
They no longer believe. Then I believe. But now it's categorical.
Then you believe. Thank you very much, Honorable Simon Serena Cephas, man. I appreciate you on the show today. We really do.
I'm gonna give me 30 seconds, man, please. Give me 30 seconds.
Let me excuse Honorable Garrison Yedu, and we'll come back.
I want you to say I got 30 seconds to say something.
Guys, 1 minute. Honorable Cephas, thank you very much, and we're talking.
I want to say something to Honorable Garrison.
Let me go to Honorable Yedu. Honorable Garrison Yedu, are you running in Nimba?
Senator, I want to ask him that.
Honorable Yedu, will you be in the race?
Before he answers.
I will let him stay, but let him answer my question. Are you
before you answer that,
you ask your own question. I beg you, let you answer mine. Chief, are you running, sir?
CEO, thank you. I'm a traditional person, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing Senator Jeff Spice. I think they're going Thursday, make it 1 week.
1 week, yeah.
It will be burying him around the 14th and the 15th of January.
Yeah.
So it would be an insult to tradition and to our people while we are grieving our senator, and then we come to be making declaration. What is important to us right now is how we can give our senator a befitting burial. And when that is done, the people of Nimba will decide who they want to run. But what I'm here for tonight, and I really pray to have an opportunity to sit here again so that we can digest the opinion, because the time was actually given to Councillor Cephas. If this time was actually given us for Cephas and Councillor Gonglo, then there was no need to call us tonight, because I'm honestly, the table was not balanced. More time were given to the people to speak, and we were not given.
Because of what they guessed. You came in late because. Let me ask you my next question real quick. I beg your will. My next question real quick. So Nima Kwado, who's the political leader now? Who's the county looking onto right now? Tewon Gonglo, Jeremiah Kong, Samuel Koga, Councillor Garrison Yeru. Who that? What's the focus point right now to be the leader that will lead the people through the funeral service, the burial of Prince Johnson, all the way down the line, and who will be succeeded?
CEO now is simple. Who is the most senior official now in the country? Is the vice president, and all sitting. But you know, the vice president must be in the team party, right? But when I'm discussing issues, I have to be very clear and logical. Because when we go to the meeting with the presence of the vice president, you don't expect him to preside us on Koga or Tiawan Gonglo because he is the vice president of the Republic of Liberia and the most senior official from the country. You understand? So he is the one leading the charge. He's the one leading the charge now. As to who will replace Senator Johnson, look, I may be very clear and emphatic here tonight. It will be a very difficult thing to say. Garrison Yelu will be Godfather, Koga will be Godfather, or Vice President Kun will be Godfather. It's not possible. The work that Senator Johnson, his mark in Nima. Look, you go in Nima, my brother, you talk to people, you will convince your own people. You talk like we did for the CDC in this going election. We did all we can. But you know what happened? When the time comes and that man go, just imagine the 2020 election. After we had done our best in the Geo Belt, we were already celebrating that we have won the senatorial election. Few days to the election, Senator Johnson was in a military outfit in Nimba campaigning against me, against Mana Ile Gonglo Way, against current representative Taiwan Bay, Thomas Wupi. It changed the narratives. I'm just trying to say, for us to sit down here and say the person will replace Senator Johnson, not possible easy. Because Senator Johnson have an attachment with the people of Nima.
Right. Thank you. I respect the fact that you want to come back, that we can have more conversation on this. I do respect that. It's very late in Liberia. But I also want to say again, you always welcome us. I know you are in the race, though. You will be running. I know that for sure.
How do you guess for me?
Your people are telling me that you will be running. But guys, let's end the show.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, Councilor, let me ask you this.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah. At this moment, you wanted to be this senator of Nimba County, right? You wanted to be, correct?
No, it's not correct.
You never wanted to be a senator in Nimba?
No, in 2020, I contested to be senator of Nimba.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking to.
Yeah, I contested to be senator of Nimba 2020.
Okay. At this moment, if we from the opposition choose you to run, will you run?
Well, that's what we'll come to discuss.
Man, get to you tradition. Can let him.
No.
Mr. Hassan.
No, leave that, Jerome, please. Let me ask my man, because he's qualified to run in Nimba. This is a strong man. I believe in him. I think he would defeat Koga, and I want him to run. And I'm asking you.
You know, I am the dead in Nimba. I'm a traditional person, and Prince Johnson is another Yelu. I'm the first Yelu. He's the second. He's Yelu Senka, Yelu Dode. What we should be concerned about is how we can give our fallen hero a befitting burial.
You're correct.
We'll pass by that.
Yeah, you're correct.
If we meet in condition dictate that I get in the race, obviously I will be in the race. But I'm somebody who listening to the people. I know I get a very huge follower in Nimba. You saw what we did in the 20 or 23 election. Just I came in the government less than 1 year. You saw my mark in the country.
Right.
I'm not just who they're talking.
CDC thing about no. That you CDC will bring you back. It's always good having you, Chief. Have a wonderful evening. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming.
I will call you.
We will bring you back because we want to hear more up from you. Again, listen, I was trying to find you a long time, but you know, CDC said they can't give me your number, so
your brother represented him here before he should have given my number to you.
So now why you can't leave CDC when you can't?
You shouldn't share your number with me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well, we did our legal work and we believe in the Supreme Court opinion. We are not to interpret the Supreme Court opinion, but what we do know from the interpretation of the opinion is clear that the majority bloc won the case because nothing was declared unconstitutional, and we stand by that. There is now a political forum, there's a legal forum, and we are discussing legal issues here. When we want to discuss political issues, you call me here, we discuss political issues, and I will tell you my position. I'm not afraid to tell anybody my position. What I stand for is what I stand for. But what I was called here tonight for is that whether the majority bloc action was in line with the law, it was in line with the law. They were not declared unconstitutional, and we stand by it. They will go to do their work. Thank you.
I'll give you a call, okay?
No, one second. Something happened. What happened?
I'm gonna have to say, you give me 30 seconds, man, before the man leaves.
Gibson, I have all question there. Stand free for A. Looking for new question there. So that you have go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
No, but the councilor got to go. We got to ask you.
Councilor Yellow.
We're done.
What I wanted to ask you is very fundamental. Okay? Yeah. And I'm going to say this in a clear term. Under the civil procedure and the criminal procedure in the states here where I did mine, it states that the judge or the justice has a responsibility to rule otherwise despite the prayer of the plaintiff. Your previous argument was the plaintiff had prayed for various options, and because the Supreme Court did not rule for those and grant those options, therefore the Supreme Court ruling does not give them the win that they were looking for. And I want to disagree because the Supreme Court does not have to rule on your prayer. The Supreme Court can rule otherwise based on precedents, based on the facts available, and can explain the law based on their understanding. So I just want to disagree with you.
Thank you. Before I leave you, I'll see you 1 minute. I'll take you 1 minute. The reason I said what the minority pray for, they didn't get it because what we pray for is what we got. We said you don't have jurisdiction. They said no, the court said we get jurisdiction. What was our second prayer? We said, in case you say you have a jurisdiction, then do not say there is something unconstitutional. And the court said, they didn't say that.
The court said it. But Councilor Yellow, stop. The court said it.
The court never said it.
The court said it.
No,
when the hold on. Councilor Yellow.
I read the opinion 7 times. Nothing there to say.
Councilor Yellow. The end of the opinion. If the court interprets and says, 1, you're sitting with our presiding. 2, you
did not say that.
The court says
no.
You're sitting with our presiding.
Council, no, the court never said that. What the court did smart, the court said, you got the speaker who is the presiding. In his absence, the deputy presides. That's what he said. They never said that you are not sitting without a presiding. So by that, the
court said that because the court said the speaker is the presiding.
I really want to engage my brother Clinton.
Thank you. So yeah, we will bring you back.
Give me the councilor tomorrow.
No problem. All right, Councilor, we'll have you on tomorrow and we'll have a good debate. Good seeing you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me bring in Honorable Forty Famula while he's about to leave us, and then we'll close the show. Honorable Famula,
come on the show and just talk a lot of garbage, man. Let's not go, man.
Famula,
when you continue misbehaving, you don't.
Famula, wait 1 minute. Let me say this. Kev, do you have a question for Famula?
Yes.
All right, what's your question? Then we'll go to Clinton because we got to close the show.
No, but stand down. Family got to do a presentation before the question. He has to do a presentation.
No. I beg you, Ketema. Let Kev ask that they might do everything together. Because
No,
Kev will not attack.
I'm asking him. Family, you are a lawmaker. You're there to make law. Can you define ultra-virus to the people of Liberia tonight? Don't go away. Don't tell me nothing. Define the word ultra-virus.
Man, I beg you, yes, stop. Yesterday, Famula said ultra-virus. The court was talking about itself. I beg you, yes, stop.
So
define ultra-virus right now.
So The first thing I would like to say to you, when you come on the platform, it's better for us to be saver and
No, man,
measure our
man,
work.
man, this is a war zone. I'm asking you, stop.
Okay, thank you. Say it is a war zone. We're operating in the war zone.
It's a political war zone.
Okay, I accept it. I accept it. Let me answer you.
Yeah.
To your question, the context of what we understood from what the Supreme Court presented to the Liberian people was that, one, the speaker actions of sitting and asking that.
What is the meaning of ultra-virus?
Man, that's why I asked you. Forget about the speaker.
So, Buba, you just need to listen to me. I'm quiet to listen to you people. Why you can't listen?
But family, if you answer that question, it's a distraction and you fall into a trap.
Are you here to help family, Ketema?
Let me answer both of them.
You are not here to help family.
You answer that question. It's a distraction. It's a trap.
The man is a representative. He can.
Ketema got his 15,000. I think that what happened.
Put them more there. Put 35,000. Family, I don't want us to lose this beautiful discussion by distraction.
No,
these are agent provocateurs. Focus on the message. Don't be distracted, my man.
Family, don't answer that question. Let me go to the issue.
Ultra-virus.
Let me go to the issue.
Family, you cannot fall for Ketema jabs. You have hundreds of thousands of people listening to you. You want to tell us that you cannot define ultra-virus? Seriously?
Let me go to the issue.
We're not English class. We're not English class.
Simple English for Juru. In simple English for Juru and Kev.
Yeah.
The issue here is that the speaker, I will go to the word. I need to discuss the word in context.
We get to look at the definition of the word.
I need to discuss the word in context.
Thank you. Not definition.
Not just the mere definition. The Supreme Court rule in context.
Clinton, you don't want definition
of an action.
No. But man, just define ultra-virus.
No, Stanton, we can't define it.
Stanton, you need to listen to me and relate the word to the context of what the Supreme Court was referring to.
Thank you.
And it is based on that context I will answer or define the word.
When I get context, when they get a meaning.
No, Clinton.
You always come on this show. You always come on the show. And today, we only one answer one for you. What is ultra-virus?
That's all.
So, Stanton, all you need to do for me is to mute Kev, Mike, and Drew. Then I will answer both of them.
Wait.
What's the problem?
This show, I don't want to deprive the audience for them. Go to Google. I'm not responsible for that.
So,
Go to Google.
if Kev will come on the show and reduce the show to a definition or a spelling bee. No, let me tell you something. If Kev will come on the show and reduce the show to a spelling bee, then let us go into that. I think there's not a spelling bee.
Spelling bee, eh?
True. Let us lay on this note. Let me.
My man, I beg you, honorable man. Say anything you want to say. Spelling bees or spelling butterfly or spelling apple. The only thing that people want to hear from you today, look in the camera and define ultra-virus. We move on. When I spent almost 7 minutes.
We go define it. I mean, go to the issue.
So go to the Rudy and read the last two paragraphs.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So the Rudy and read the last two paragraphs. The last two paragraphs of the Supreme Court Rudy is just very clear. In my Serena Sleeper voice, and you go to pick plum and pick leaf, you lost. In my Serena Sleeper voice, and you go to pick plum.
Ultra-virus mean. My man, we in trouble.
You need to listen. You need to listen. Yeah. If you think you want to reduce this conversation, I will not read it for you. I will discuss the issue as it relates to the topic on the discussion.
You joined the disruption campaign on the show. Sit down.
No, mama, just read it. Don't read it. Don't define it. Just read it.
I am not reading. I'm not in a reading class for Kev and Drew. I'm here to provide clarity based on misinformation they have provided to the Liberian people.
All right, guys.
So let me.
I beg you, honorable, wait 1 minute. We've been here for almost 4 hours. We have to have some fun, okay? We know that the honorable man know the definition of ultra-virus, but we just wanted him to make mention. But here comes John the Baptist, Ketema, paving the way for deliverance for the honorable man. Okay, one sin in the wilderness, Ketema, preparing the way for the Messiah. Ultra-virus, acting or done beyond one's legal power or authority. Period. Beyond one legal power or authority. Now we will proceed. Honorable man, do your closing. It's good having you, my brother.
And I'll make it clear the statement on us directed to any specific side. I'll make it clear.
Stand down. Yeah. Let me say this to you, him and Severino Sipo's boys. You go to pick a plum and you climb a tree and you come down with a leaf, you lost. Especially when you have red plum in that tree. You lost. He said it yesterday. He came back and started to put in place damage control. But there are a few facts I want to provide for this platform. One, the budget can be passed without the speaker's signature. The budget only need to be passed on based on the majority view. It is the majority that act on the budget, not the speaker. And that majority is sitting in section in a place where you have quorum. Two, it is based on the lower house quorum that the Senate has continued to operate. What the Senate said was that they were placing a administrative state, and all of us were trying to wait on the ruling of the Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court has ruled, and that ruling is in the favor of those who sitting in section. The issues of the budget is no longer questioned because there's a quorum, there's a majority that is willing to pass on the budget. The issue I wanted to say to Mr. Sivos, he needs to understand this is not this is a president, a unitary state with three different branches with coordinate functions and equal. There is nowhere in the Republic of Liberia in our constitution that the president can dissolve the legislature. No, the law does not support that. And if they come on this platform, they need to be very clear on all of the issues they are advocating or arguing for. They have said time with our number for the Fonati side that our actions were unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court has time with our number and provided a clear line as to why we are sitting in section, the definition of quorum, the absence of the speaker who should serve, and the Supreme Court even in that place that portion of that portion that has to do with the deputy speaker. They say in the absence of the speaker, the deputy speaker in a ruling can preside. So the issue is not about presiding. The issue is about people on the other side who are not willing to accept the ruling of the Supreme Court, to the extent where we have some of our colleagues beating war drum, saying they're going to wage havoc on other colleagues on the Capitol Hill tomorrow. You are aware of some of the actions of our colleagues. And it's not something of a surprise to me that Drew will not come here and condemn some of those guys who have said terrible things. But what I want you to go home with tonight is that, yes, or Councilor Sivos yesterday was in his right mind. After some time, he took in his usual attitude of why he was sanctioned. He came back and went back on what he said.
Thank
he
you.
Said,
we got to go. We have to
he
go.
He said the majority won and the majority can proceed. And in as much as the majority has won this case, we're going to work to do the Liberian Bureau business. And tomorrow, you have the opportunity. We'll continue to hold this fight in the hands of Drew, Keith, and the likes.
Honorable Man will be here again tomorrow. We are receiving information that Fonati Kofa had a death threat posed to him. Again, that those are information coming up.
I'm here receiving information of a death threat against my life. I think the Liberian people are aware of some of the threats we're receiving.
They were posted.
You are aware of a lawmaker who had a live video and accusing people and said he's willing to bring war.
Honorable Fode, thank you very much.
Yeah, you know the meaning of Panan.
Honorable Fode, we'll see you tomorrow again. Let's try to close the show. We received this information from the political camp that people are sending out death threats, and therefore the speaker for Nancy Kofa security have been rearranged, because this is very, very important to note. Again, the Funanti camp sent this information that for immediate release today, the 8th, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Councillor J. Funanti Kofa, received a threat from an unknown member. People out there trying to say they will kill him if he doesn't resign. So again, we are on the dangerous ground. Let's close the show. You want to go first, Ketema, or you want to go last?
Ketema, you go last. Let me go see you.
Oh man, remember you met other people on the farm. Give them a chance. Let the East on the meat before you. Okay.
You're my second voice.
All right, 30 seconds real quick. I'm going to go to my brother Clinton. Clinton, go ahead, talk to us. 30 seconds.
Look, I couldn't be more disappointed in some of the, people we have a lot of respect for. I've never seen anything like this, honestly, where you have one court ruling and all the serial academics and professionals in the country have different opinion. The court, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You can have different opinions, but when the court ruling is just one opinion, it's not subject to any interpretation. It is what it is. Look, I think Councillor Gonglo is right that we are on a very, very dangerous path here with the way members of the majority bloc are conducting themselves. They made it very clear from the very onset that they have no intentions of filing law. Matter of fact, many of them were on record at the initial filing of the writ of prohibition that they were not even going to go to the Supreme Court. They changed their mind later and win. And we kind of suspected that, when this ruling it was not going to go that way, they were going to put up this posture. But somebody said the Constitution does not protect itself. The Constitution is protected by good men of courage and value. So we have the Liberian public, the opposition leaders, and first, the onus is on the president. As a chief executive, the executive power, the law enforcement power of our country is vested in the president. He swore oath to protect the law. He has a court ruling. Right? There's no ambiguity, and the president can't tell me he's not accessible. The Supreme Court is not accessible to him. He can't call the justices, or his minister of justice can't call the justice to get clarification. Right? So no need to beat around the bush. There's clear channels if they want understanding. I think they need to uphold the law. And if they are not willing to do that, the Liberian people should stand up and ensure that they do that through mass civil actions. We should ensure that these people follow the law, and the law should be followed to the letter. We're not. I mean, this is not a banana republic. This is a country of laws, and our people must respect the law, especially those who so off to protect the laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Clinton. Again, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Vanisaki, can you please go?
Thank you, CEO. Thank you. It was a great show. Let me say hi to thank you to the rest of the panelists. Let me speak as an elder today because I come with experience in legislative crisis as two speakers who resigned. And they did not resign because they were
experience.
I come with experience of fighting with two speakers who resigned. Fighting.
The lawmakers.
No, I'm not a former lawmaker. I don't work. I'm not even work at the House of Representatives Senate. But I come with experience because I fought for two speakers who resigned. And what I learned during our resignation was they did not resign because they were lazy, because they did not know the law, or because they were weak. They resigned because they came to the realization that fighting was just for nothing. They could not win. Because the political reality was that the numbers were not on their side. They could fight and fight for nothing. Let me say this today to the former speaker folks, the lawmakers on the former speaker side. I'm a little young. I turn 49 this going August. Let me advise, some of you are my junior brother and some of you are my senior brother. We did not elect you a lawmaker to go spend your time fighting to defend a speakership. The budget hearing starts tomorrow. Your district needs you to go and fight for money for your district. Go and join your colleagues tomorrow and start a budget hearing. There's no win in this thing for the former speaker. You went to the Supreme Court, you went there twice. You stayed to the same point. It's about numbers. You can't get the numbers. You can't have quorum. You can't conduct business. The executive going to do business and continue to do business with the majority that is down constitutionally legal to do business with. So I'm there asking all my colleagues on the former speaker. This is not about showing strength. When former speaker Tyler decided to resign, it's not because he was lazy. The fact is that there was no need of fighting because he did not have the power to have a quorum. It was just a no need. Same thing happened with Snow. Snow went to the court and he won. The court ruled clear and said Snow removal unconstitutional. But still Snow resigned, not because Snow was lazy, but because Snow accepted the reality that legislative crisis, the side with the bigger number will always win. I'm asking former Speaker Fonkofa, leave the thing, let move on. There's no win here for you. There's no way you can win. So I just want to say it was a great show. Let me say to Representative Melvin Cole, I'm disappointed. We came from 14 years civil war. Our people died. Our property was destroyed. To be talking about bringing war only because of a speaker's position is so disappointing. And I hope the people of Bon County can take that into consideration come 2029. Thank you very much, CEO. It was a great show. And I'll say bye to the rest of the panelists.
Thank you very much. We're going to bring our brother Gibson Jeru. Gibson.
First of all, let me say thanks to Clinton. He made a very great point. I have seen lawyers disagree with Supreme Court opinion, but I'm not seeing lawyers interpreting Supreme Court opinion. The Supreme Court can make the opinion, and he said, no, I don't like the way they said it. I disagree with them. But you cannot interpret what they interpreted. And that is where the problem is. The other thing I want to say is, Kofa has won both the fight and the war. The fight is the art of not resigning his position to follow the rest of the people who resigned in the past, who made it look usual and common for people, group of people to congregate and say they are removing their leader, which was sweet in their mouth. The other thing is the idea of Unity Party always bribing lawmakers to remove their colleagues. Ellen did that to Snow. I was one of the journalists who actually fought that case. I don't know where Vanny was. I didn't see Vanny because I know Dara Dillon used to come to my office 24/7 and
so Vanny wasn't there, and you last said he was there.
I don't know where Vanny was.
But you expect Jeru to remember you talk about 2007. Jeru can identify me now. 2007 to now change.
Okay, no problem, Vanny. But the thing is,
but Jeru, Gibson, everybody see you. Everybody not see you either.
Where you not see me?
How far you're not behind you. Not everybody see you.
A big year.
I'm telling you, you're Israel Jew.
My man, that time you are doing Look, I'm going to end on this note. This
for you in America all the time.
Yeah, this debate will continue, but I think the brothers on the other side are digging their feet in the ground. It's a hard thing that you think you were right, and you even elected people and they assign vehicle to them. They assign SS officer or EPS officer to them, and then the Supreme Court say, "Man, all that thing you are doing, that blah, go back to the place you were at." For the men to tell the EPA officer and say, "You go back, my man, I no longer speak up," it's not easy. And that what's happening to them, their own action is haunting them. But there's nothing wrong with being an honest person. Let them go to the speaker. They got a number and they say they got 50 people. Let them go there, put a petition on the floor, then vote the man out. If they have all the members to do that. But the Supreme Court, you can disagree, but you can't.
Thank you, Gibson. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gibson. Thank you. I appreciate it.
But what part you play? Are you cool?
Thank you very much, Brother Jason. Let me bring in Kev Hassan. Kev Ahmed Hassan.
You know the way you can call my name as Stanton, you sound like one of the guys that I took over in and Serbia, right? The coup that happened, the what happened in Syria, right? You act like I'm one of the guys that took over.
If you're too scared to be part of coup, man, don't be a say happy.
Yeah, the thing is, you can pronounce my name exactly like the way my parents gave me, Kev Ahmed Hassan. Yes, I'm proud of that name. But let me say this: March 23rd, 1775, Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." Let's say this: we fought war. We killed each other. 250,000 people died. Why? Let's ask ourselves why. Because when the rule of law went on the other side, anarchy prevailed. Anarchy prevailed. You know, some of us belong to a tribe that they thought that we had an affiliation with Samuel Kayando. Jerome, I want you to be on, please, my brother. Please don't go. Some of us was taking mice, right? Hello, are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead, Kev.
Okay. A lot of people thought that because of the affiliation with Samuel Kayando, that we were with the Crown people, and we actually were pointed at as affiliation with the ruling party at that time. So at that time, we some of us were running for our lives because of the rule of law at that time.
During the Sierra Leone War or what?
Yes, until you come.
No, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Where?
In Liberia, right? In Liberia.
After that, during the Sierra Leone War, after that, Keteba, where
RUF, war.
Okay, you can see what you say. Some of us live with the 6th Infantry Battalion, headed by General Smith in Bomi County, and we grew up there. And you know that, Bonnie, very well, General Smith, and that's where we grew up. That's us. He's a friend of my father, but during the war, the Dole people thought the other side thought that we were with the Dole people, and we had issue because the breakdown of rule of law. Let's look at what's happening right now. You have a lawmaker on the show cannot define what retrovirus is. Tells me, Jerome, I want you to listen to this.
No, Kev, that's not true. Don't misrepresent the honorable man. Don't misrepresent.
You gotta wear that Kev close. I mean, you're not here to defend the honorable man. You gotta let Kev close.
Cannot define what retrovirus means. Tells me that he don't even know what he's fighting for, Jerome. It's sad. It's sad. You know, we try to, you know, after the war, Jerome, the only thing that we can lean on, you know, the reason I call you Jerome, because you're from a tribe that versus a certain tribe that lead us to anarchy, and we trying. And I saw how you are balanced on spoon.
That's the reason I'm calling you.
Hey.
At this moment, we have to bring Liberia together. We don't want a days that we will come on and for us to not know where we stand and end of the day, we go back to anarchy. When I went to how you call it, right? The park that Joe we are built in Stanton. I went there, I went live. Right? What I saw, I went to where they put the memorial, they put fallen soldier, fallen this. The last time I was in Liberia, 13 people were on the pole at that very park.
Kevin, you're going to say something now.
Hey, man, I beg you, my brother, let me finish.
Where?
Yeah, it's serious now, Kyatamba. People were killed. People were killed. At this moment, you know why? Let me say this. You know why some of us came back to Spoon? Because this is a place that the message is going all over the country. All over the country. We build this platform to redeem the Liberian people from misinterpretation and misinformation and disinformation.
Bagu?
That's why we came here. That's why we there for.
Bagu, you strong, okay, you strong. You reading, Bagu? You reading?
No,
see, I'm making launch your words to them.
Yeah.
Listen now.
Make your way back to the war story. Just a different cover. Hey, God.
Listen. I have my differences with my brother. I have my differences with my brother Stanton Witherspoon, but he built a platform that if this platform were existing back then, 250,000 people would be living today.
I mean, the Joey, I platform I brought Joey, and then he plays in the
platform. Platform still don't say, I'm gonna come by. You own
Joey, I'm gonna trust you, Joey. I'm gonna now trust you again. And the platform that brought the foundation on you, then you can't you praise the platform. You're traitor to the movement.
Can I finish? The reason why I say that because I have the opportunity to face. Nowhere I can get this opportunity to face my opponents, only on Spoon.
How about closing argument?
My man, let me finish, man. It's a fact.
How about closing argument?
Argument close. I'll tell you later.
What role you playing today?
I'm a bommy brother. I'll bring him back. You know what's up? Behind the scene. Can't close the argument. Can't say the argument close.
You were going to mention that, but you didn't mention that.
My bommy brother came back.
Well, let me say this. Without Spoon, the Liberian
you better be happy that no Spoon before 2017.
I said, but wait now. So I left the fool and I started thinking, I said, but what want to send to me? Why bring that? I said, but wait now. Why you believe you close the argument? My man, what going on that platform? I didn't know.
Okay, but Ketamba, let me say this. Ketamba, let me say this. Ketama, let me say this.
But Ketama, you can see purely. I even talk about 1 minute, don't stop me.
I tell you, Clinton, the man wants 20 minutes, Clinton. 20 minutes.
The man want drive the point too. The man want
to defend confirm, carry our way back to the wall. Explaining about war, he tell the defend confirm being war story.
I kept saying it's very, very serious.
I got stand there again. Now, when it's 5 minutes, when it's 5 minutes, stand there, he says, serious, right? Yeah, 5 minutes.
Ketama, let me ask you a question. Why kept saying, Clinton, I want you to pay attention. You think if careful, stay on this show, Ketama. You think the election are going to take the track it took? Ketama?
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Let me tell you something. Say one thing about Kev.
If Kev was on the show,
Kev not to derail his opponent.
Oh no, man, Jeru. I see now, man, bro, Jeru. What Kev?
I can be like, it's our Kev family, and family almost fell in that trap. And you're going there to defense. Look at all of me here. You know where the Sagasti man goes.
If Kev gonna stay on the show in the election, he gotta be most of the time in the back. Still don't know, you know. You couldn't do anything on the show.
But listen now, Stanton and Kev got long history. You don't know. One day I'll write a book on two of them. I'll publish it.
Man, get me 15 minutes, Clinton. You get Clinton myself, only 2 minutes.
Because Stanton called me and said, Ketama, Stanton asked about what is the reason? Tell me, explain it to him. He Stanton explain, they can't connect. I said, why you want to yeah, I said, well, yeah, call Kev. I said, well, can you betray a man? You're talking about all the kind of things.
I can make it 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Okay. No, it's something about it's something in this business, right? Like the book we are writing in this business, Gibson, and I'm very humble and grateful to God and to the Liberian people and other folks that continue to believe in this network, believe in you, me, and the rest of the team. We really don't sleep. We look for the news. We bring the news. We speak to lawmakers and newsmakers. And we want the Liberian people to be informed. It's a great sacrifice. It's not a joke. Look at the addition of Clinton. I didn't know that CDC has somebody by the name of Clinton that is so well right? And guess what happened? No, to be frank, Clinton coming from a lot of people say, listen, keep Clinton, keep Clinton. We are not scripted. We just come from anywhere. And we just come and say our own thing will go. And the people believe in it. You know why? Because we are genuine. Though we got people coming for a job, we understand. Vanessa Saki will get a late job, he will go. He will not come back.
Send on.
Vani, when they call you, my man, I'll be a leader. Your leader.
I'm gonna come on there. I carry you clean. You must not go in.
Send on. Let me say this. Come on, Clinton is one of the CDC I respected.
You don't let Clinton.
He was not a camp follower. He was
didn't let him.
I come in, listen to me. This guy, my other man from Arizona, Jacob Jalla, they had Black Blood Rising. But coming in was very clear. There was not a praise singer, a blind follower, or justifying missteps. He would not do it.
No, he's not popular. No, he's not popular in the CDC. Now they don't like him.
You don't know him. Most of you don't know him, the guy. The guy's exceptional. To be honest with you.
My man, you're
really a man who did not sell
different
anything.
CDC.
So when I saw on the platform, I was happy. Or doing the video, this is 94 day talking.
If we need just one CDC on the show, I said do Kev Hassan Clinton.
Clinton, I want Clinton. Why do Kev Hassan? I said do. I want balance CDC. Why do Kev Hassan?
But
the CDC refused to come on the show. That was a negative. They refused to come on the show. That was a negative.
Well, I'm asking you the question, Jeru. So we have answered Joe, Kev Hassan, and Governor Clinton. We need only one CDC. Who you prefer? Your recommendation?
I'll go my man Kev because he will disturb your operation.
Seriously, you got to take only one, Ketema.
My man, I can't do that. You know, let Tosso and Tosso. Kev, that my man. So I can't take different positions. I'll take Kev. Get my man.
The man's scared. He's scared before he chooses somebody else.
Get my man.
You know, anything was a secret vote Clinton, you win all 3 votes. And I open vote, I don't embarrass even Kev. Me, I'll vote for Clinton. Kind of my bro, my vote for Kev. And our secret ballot Clinton, you get all 3 votes.
Well, let me finish now.
All right, Kev, you finish. We gotta go, my man. Let me close Kev, keep it for the ball. You finish, my man. But
but quick. Let
Ketema close. Hold on, Kev, please.
But Stanton, you guys are correct. Bringing Clinton on the show, discover a certain side of CDC.
He's a very exceptional guy. Very
This
exceptional.
guy is
Someone
intelligent.
exceptional.
This guy is intelligent. I am proud to be in the same party with Clinton. This guy is very intelligent. Let me say this. Even if I'm not on the show weekdays, so long Clinton is on the show, I'm satisfied. Because what he's saying.
How about Fanny Sagi?
I'm satisfied.
Give Fanny how to call his job? A PR job. A PR job.
No. I think my senior brother Pierre is doing excellent. I don't want his job.
But Kev, between I said Do and Clinton, who will you take?
I take both of them. Let me say this, right? Let me say this. Let me
choose one.
No, but let me say this. There is nowhere you can find that today that some of us can face Fambule, that Fambule don't know what ultra-virus means. Only on Spoon.
Can't start doing that thing because the man going, man. Stop.
Only on Spoon.
Man, can't stop, man. What you doing? Ultra-virus.
Let me finish now. Hey, my mayor, calm down. Let me finish. Only on Spoon. And we are blessed to be one of the founding members of this platform. And this platform is a gift to the Liberian people. Why I say it's a gift to the Liberian people? Because this is a place that will come for redress. This is a place that will come and speak to the Liberian people. But let me say this: the fight continue, and we will move forward with the Liberian people business, and the majority Black will never have their way. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Ketama. Let me do my 1 minute quick, and you can take us from my brother, please. It is important to know that tomorrow is a big day. This week is a very busy week for everyone in the country. As we are reporting to you today, security operation is around the Executive Mansion, the Capitol Building, the Temple of Justice, the University of Liberia. Around that block, it's only fitting to know nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. You have the Jeremiah Kun folks. You have the Richie Kun folks. It's the battle of the Titans. Who win? Who's going to go home? Here's your big question, my fellow Liberians. Who will Joseph Yema Boaka declare his intent to work with? The Supreme Court have put out the ruling. Everybody holding the ground and standing the ground firm. Like Donald Trump says, stand by and stand down. It is only fitting to believe today that our president, His Excellency Joseph Yema Boaka, must take action. He must intervene. The budget deliberation, the budgets, everything about the budget begins tomorrow. I can assure you, as per the document we received from Fanatic Camp, Dixon Sibo is authorized to negotiate and work alongside for the budget. Now, the majority Black also saying they can work on the budget. Who of the government, ministers, deputy minister, folks that are the budgets concerned about with told? Will Gafwan and the rest of the minister go over to the majority Black? Or will they honor Funati Kofa and Dixon Sibo? Pima Jury from Richard Kung, Dixon Sibo from Funati. But yes, your second big question, the Senate. They always decide as to whether which group they're going to respect and honor. For the sake of country, who's going to buy low? Who's going to buy out? Who's going to say enough is enough? We must keep the peace and we must allow the country business to move forward. Will Funati resign? Will Richard Kun cave in? This is about Liberia. We ask every one of you, if you're going to work tomorrow, going to school tomorrow, going to attend to your own businesses tomorrow, whatever your situation may be vigilant and let's pray for a better week. We don't know what's going to happen, but what is happening in our country today is of concern as to who cared about you, who really doing it for you, who doing it for your children, who doing it for better education, who doing this for better roads and health care, who fighting your fight, who will give you that bread and butter that you will eat every evening, and in the morning you will have a nice, good breakfast. Who's going to pay you on time and put money in your pocket? When you are sick, who's going to take care of your medication needs? Our country needs help. We asked the president, Jose Imabwaka, to intervene. We asked the president to step up. Silence is of serious concern right now. When you have children in the house fighting, you must intervene. At some point, you must say enough is enough. And we asked President Bwaka at this time to say enough is enough. For the sake of country, for the sake of people, for the sake of the region, we must agree and ask the president that enough is enough. Liberia is all what we have. We may come here, laugh and joke and do whatever we want to do, but above all, let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia. Together, opposition, imposition, no position, we can build a beautiful Liberia. On this note, may God bless you. Join us again tomorrow. Join us again on the Big Spoon Talk that we can discuss the issue of the country. Abdullah Kiatamba, take us home, my brother.
Well, first of all, thank you guys for a great show. Thank all different opinions. And I'll say this, I personally, what we have is an interpretation crisis in the country. An interpretation crisis in the legal community. They are all interpreting the ruling differently. And so what we have is a big and a huge, massive interpretation crisis in the country. I want to go beyond interpretation and look at the impact of the ruling now. How is it going to be manifested tomorrow, the day after, on Monday by the budget? I don't want to discuss any more interpretation. If I have veto power, bringing law to discuss interpretations is a waste of our time. What we want to do is to look at the impact of the ruling. How would the ruling be manifested, implemented? What about both sides? And so, because they reach the highest level of our legal pyramid, and so how does it look like tomorrow? How does it look like in terms of the executive engaging on the budget? So this is a quagmire that the president himself will be in. He will decide, and then to some extent, it could be seen as he's taken aside. So this is a critical. I want to see the impact of this ruling on the budget, on options, and how it will play out in the next few days. And this will be it will determine a lot of things. I'm no longer interested in what's the interpretation of Supreme Court. We've done that. Nobody can win that battle. Because every legal person, I talked to 10 legal people after the ruling. Even Constable Gonglo, he had a conversation. Everybody got competing interpretation. So what we stuck was the interpretation crisis. What we need to do is to see the impact of the ruling. Now, they say Supreme Court cannot enforce it, but the impact of the ruling will tell us to what extent this thing is going to go. Because this is a huge distraction. The more the budget delay, the more the implementation of a lot of investments in education, in schools, in law enforcement. So we have a complete hostage. The country could be held at hostage. The agenda of development is held at hostage. Health systems are held at hostage because the infusion of budget, the approval process will be complicated. So I hope that we will see something new. I hope someone step up and say, no, for the good of the country, there's a chance to move on. Or someone will say, for the good of the country, let's find a way. But I don't think this president will get involved for obvious reasons. But that's what I will say. I think he feared that he could be seen as interfering in another branch of government, and that could send the wrong message about his commitment to the rule of law, to make sure the doctrine of separation of powers. So honestly, I just want to see the impact of the ruling because no one's going to agree to the interpretation of the ruling. It's not a battle anybody can win. We can sit there for the next 10 months and analyze and bring all the lawyers. There will not be a consensus and agreement that this is the interpretation and this is the gold standard for interpretation. And let's go ahead and implement it. So what we're going to have, this is going to take on a political battle now, from a legal court to a political battle. This battle will continue until we see the outcomes. But the hope is that they will not hold our country hostage and we'll move forward. So thank you, Stanton, for doing a good show. Though you left us to go eat, you did not share. And that is part of the thing that you and Kev can be discussing about issue. I had the food.
So let me ask a quick question, Joe. Tomorrow is the 9th. Real quick, guys, before you leave. We've been talking about December 9th, which is International Corruption Day. Tomorrow is the 9th. Your take, with every sanction, on any level.
So there's a lot of speculation that December 9th there'll be sanctioned. A lot of speculations, but I don't believe that. You would have gotten a hint. Look, the previous sanctions, you got a sense. Congressional team, for example, will give you an idea. But I do not know. It could be a surprise sanction. The second aspect, the transition in the U.S. Donald Trump administration issued less sanction, less interest in Africa, less interest outside the U.S. U.S. policy one. So there could be a surprise sanction. I don't know. But there's no indications. Usually you got these charters.
Let me say something to you. Donald Trump is not yet president. He's president.
I know. I'm seeing. I don't think it's much of an interest at this point. I don't think it's even at the local U.S. embassy and State Department. Saw the transition of U.S. ambassador. So I do not see something more egregious this early yet for sanctions.
Yeah.
Even George Weah, it took a while. The first guy was
it took the full 6 years. Yeah, it took the 6 years. Yeah, it took the 6 years before you have more people on sanction. You are quite correct. So that's what people believe, that maybe the 1 year people getting their feet wet and and they will understand. Anybody think that there will be sanction tomorrow or this week?
No, I don't think there'll be sanction. I think the U.S. Embassy and the State Department and their partners are watching carefully to observe what the outcome of this Supreme Court ruling and the forward movement of the entire process is. Because they know, the Supreme Court, the U.S. know what should happen. They know who received bribes. They know who signed for money. And if they want to do that, I don't think they want to do that on a one-off thing. I don't think they want to go to sanction people because you took $15,000. That's a grave action that the U.S. government can take. It has to be.
That's a good speed. That's a good speed.
Thank you.
I don't like the $15,000 thing, but the U.S. government will go and sanction somebody for their whole life.
Thank you.
Just one off. I don't think it's probable. But if it is a pattern of behavior by certain people, those people who have that behavior that they have the record on, they might be slammed at some other time, but I don't think tomorrow we're going to see sanction flowing all over the place.
Thank you. Vanessa, your take. What do you think? Sanction tomorrow also?
I'm not expecting sanction tomorrow, not even the next 6 years under Joseph Newman Burger. The cloud of sanction is determined on who in the executive mansion. Having an outcome of integrity, transparency, and accountability in the executive mansion, I don't think we'll ever go through that in the next 6 years. I don't think so.
Thank you. Clinton?
I don't know. We will see tomorrow, but again, I think like everybody's saying, I think it's early. But let me ask Vani. We had a UP president when people like Vani Sherman was sanctioned. What do you say about that? Was it because of the president and the executive? Was a UP president?
Vani Sherman?
Yeah. Was he on a
No, you were sanctioned
doing John Weah.
Okay.
Yeah, the president played a major role in the sanction. John Weah played a major role in the sanction. So
it was John Weah that had to do it, but the actions though. The actions came under Madam Salif though.
Kev Brother Wedding. Why are you talking about him?
No, because he's not our fan. Kev, do you think that will be sanctioned? Kev, do you think that will be sanctioned?
Well, you never know. You never know.
Brother, a national radio personality, global reach, and his brother wedding it does not make the headlines. Are you telling me?
But ask Kev. Kev is on the show. Why can't you ask Kev?
No, but Vani, I think Sherman was sanctioned in 2016, right?
No, Jerry, I want to see this.
Wait, but
what I'm reading here, let me see.
Ask Kev. You're always smart. Go ahead. Ask Kev your question.
Kev, we create a little fraternal fellowship and family here. You're depriving of the good news of your brother's wedding. Is it an issue because you're married to another man? You still our family. Is your brother married to another man? You don't control who you love, who you take in your bedroom. It's just a family support.
But let's go there.
What is the wedding?
Kev, is that a big special about Kev?
You're talking about this show is not for private business. This show is public. So let's go. Let's go to the sanction tomorrow.
Okay, what's your thought?
Yeah, I really don't know if it will be a sanction tomorrow because the American always keep things. Um, the sanction of our government official was not on the same day of the 9. It was a couple of days after. So let's see after. So it might be a week, a 2 week. We don't know. And sometimes they go into the next 2-3 years and see how it goes. But at this moment, it's too early to predict if there's a sanction tomorrow. But what I can say today, Jeremiah Kuhn, who this network put out a visa and state that he might travel the following week. At that time, that was a month ago, yet to travel. And I can tell you this, and I can dare Jeremiah Kuhn if he can travel to America. He cannot. And I will support what Costa say. I will dare Jeremiah Kuhn on this platform. If Jeremiah Kuhn can travel to America, I will not show up on this platform. He cannot.
So let's get fair. So wait. You are saying openly.
Why do you let Jeremiah? Why you let attack him?
Wait. You are saying openly.
Yes.
That if Jeremiah can travel to the United States. Hold on, Kev.
Yeah.
I want James to cut this. Kev. You are saying openly that if Jeremiah can travel to the United States, you shouldn't appear on Spoon ever again.
Let me say this to you.
No, you're not taking it back.
No, I'm not taking it back. Hey, I'll double down. Wait, take it.
You don't have to go. You don't have to go that land. I mean,
Wait.
They make a represented Liberian government to the United States.
Wait. Go ahead,
Jerome Gibson. Let me say this.
Come and put F on it. Just watch. Come and put F.
The only way Jeremiah can travel to America, only on the government and 25-mile radius. But if Jeremiah Kuhn and his family travel to America as Jeremiah Kuhn and his family, not governmental.
What do you mean Jeremiah
Jeremiah, you want to spin it now?
No, that's why I now want for people to talk so I can tell you. So Jeremiah Kuhn cannot travel. No, listen. Jeremiah Kuhn cannot travel to America on Jeremiah Kuhn and his family. Only
what do you mean on Jeremiah Kuhn and family? Hold on, let me help you. Okay? Because maybe you need to be informed, my brother Kev. Jeremiah Kuhn get plenty of hatred in America.
Hold
on, let me help you. Hold on. Kev, I beg you, my man. Sometimes talk to Governor Clinton, he will help you.
No.
So don't put yourself in situation you can't.
Why you come in for me? But I got to do it.
Immigration lawyer.
Jeremiah can get
Hitler came to America on the UN. You understand? Chavez came to America on the UN. There are a lot of, even Gaddafi came to America. I'm not talking about that.
So if Jeremiah Kuhn,
I'm telling you, Jeremiah Kuhn take his wife and his family to travel on a vacation to America. I shouldn't count on this.
What's about humanitarian trip? If he's sick and he's supposed to take treatment, the government
gave So let me give you an example.
I dare Jeremiah Kuhn to take his family to come to America. I dare him.
Let me say to Cap. Let me ask you very quick, Ketama. We have one question. So, for example, if Jeremiah Kuhn has his family in Florida, he come to America, he go to his family, right? He stay with his family in Florida. Then you're saying that you shouldn't come to Spoon if that happens.
What I'm saying to you, I want you to listen.
I want
to stop this thing. Chavez came to America, right? Hugo Chavez came to America, right? If Jeremiah Kuhn can go void of that kind of UN or Hugo Chavez come to America.
I'm not saying UN. I'm saying, calm down. I'm asking you a simple question. I'm not saying UN. I'm saying if Jeremiah Kuhn has his family in Florida, then he come to America, you go Florida for 1 week. It means don't come by own spoon, yes or no?
That's not what I'm saying to you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
to
but
you?
I don't know what's our time, man.
No, I'm saying to you.
Nothing, you want to come on the show, Nancy?
Senator Jeremiah can come to America based on governmental issue.
But I said, Jeremiah, basically, man, you confused.
Jeremiah can come to America on your own to visit within a family. He cannot come. If he come to America on his own, we are
so vice president, you are not just
Senator.
Ketema, talk to us.
My question will be, based on our own analysis, looking at some troubling sectors, if there were to be sanctioned, which sector you think will be targeted most likely? We just do some guesstimate. Which areas you think have raised some real international concern and has drawn the attention of the public in a way that...
Yes, let me just go into it. I understand your question, Ketema. Thank you very much. I said, first, let me say this, though, it's the first year of this government, but I said this wrong for sanction, right? They will not sanction the government, no. Joseph Walker is trying, but sanction individuals within the government. There's a possibility people that we're talking to, probably they can. One, at the executive mansion, right? They have people there that actually have crossed paths in different dealings, okay? Folks there that actually have gone out there to lobby for the personal interest and money. They have other ministries that have engaged. The majority, I would tell you also what we're hearing, the legislative branch, right? Whenever the sanction comes off, you know that they already take one or two of the legislative branch, whether the Senate or the representative side. They always do. But the focus right now, the big thing right now is the executive mansion and the legislative branch. Those are the two places. When we talk to people out there, they say, listen, open your eyes. A lot of deals coming from here, a lot of deals coming from there. People outside this area going to engage for illegally, for pay to play, illegally for awarding contracts for their own private gains. So it's very, very important for us to understand contract for concession agreement, contract for private gains, contract for themselves. They will travel outside the country and tell someone, I will bring you, you will get this business, you will get a business. Let me have my 10%, let me have my 20%. Army as a third party, as a fourth sudden sudden partners. And all this things have been revealed. So do not be surprised. And that's the big if in the room. If the American Magnitsky Act offer, okay, the Treasury Department said we bring in sanction, these are the two places they are looking at. That's exactly what I was told. Now, they can say they give it another year and see whether these people are going to repent. But the huge folks over there, for example, Ketema, visa restriction. Do you know how many lawmakers they have put on visa restriction? These are the early signs of sanction. Visa restriction. How can they put lawmakers that are in power for 9 years and 6 years, right? They said, don't come to our country. What do they have on you? Can you imagine the president of the Republic of Liberia have to write special letter of exemption just to bring people to America as a lawmaker? I mean, you talk to me.
No, my question to you is that, what if they do not sanction people in the government? Would they be celebrating as a what? You think that somebody could celebrate? Okay, yeah, it means that we do. I'm just showing something.
I think it would be too early for people to celebrate now.
Yeah. Gibson, let me run with this real quick. If they do not celebrate people in this government on the first year, I will remind them about the Jefferson Koji, the Samuel Tway, and the rest of the guys that came later. They should be very smart. You are not off the hook, right? They will get you even to the end of the ball game. Listen, you remember?
The first sanction was the passport director.
Samuel Tway was celebrating. Samuel Tway said we were free. We won for election. Samuel Tway was celebrating. Here comes December 13. They nailed them. After the election, who could believe that? The people have the names in the black book. That even after the election,
they got
somebody said, That one was somebody said, oh, Donald Trump coming. So no, the people have system. If your name is in a black book, whoever the president, whoever the treasury secretary, whoever the Manisky's are, they will implement accordingly because it has been sound, sealed, and delivered. They cannot go against it. So I mean, it's not a win-win. It just gave you more time to repent and fast and pray. That's it.
And if we look back, the first sanction, if I'm not mistaken, was on December 9, 2020. That was 2 years in the George Weah government.
Yeah,
I think it was Vani Sherman.
Vani Sherman. December 9, 2020. 2 years in the George Weah government.
No. The first sanction was the guy who was passport director. Very first sanction, George Weah, passport director.
Was that 2020? I don't think it was 2020. 2020 was
no, it was first sanction. Very first sanction. The passport guy. Yeah, go ahead.
But what I'm trying to say is, I mean, I agree with Stanton to a large extent because the fact that they didn't give sanction in the first year is not a license to celebrate. Because even if any government comes to power, the U.S. government will want to, give you a chance. They want to see what you're going to do. They want to wait and see if you're going to follow the old pattern that the previous government, because they sent a clear message in Liberia in the previous government that anybody who come into power should use as a retrospect and say, if this happened in the previous government and these are the things that people were looking at and they took the kind of action they took, I should guard against that. And I think if President Boakai has any intuition now, he need to pay attention to those things. If he finds people in his government who are involved with this kind of thing, they should be able to take action. Immediately.
Look at the human rights report versus the sanction. Let's look at the human rights report that comes.
I don't think that Liberia can get any good human rights report from the U.S. government.
The human rights report.
There has never been a good human rights report from the Liberia government.
Something you guys missing.
Kev, talk about human rights report. I'm telling what you think about it.
Sanction banned around the black 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Yeah. And you want to tell me that 2024 they will skip? We can go through that.
I think they will skip it.
Maybe. Let's see. Go on. So it means that if they skip it, they want to Joe where they wanted to put sanction on his people.
But I gotta be honest on this one here. I don't see.
The important issue about the human rights report. The human rights report could be an indicator to how things are.
Yes, the human rights report. Yeah.
But we kept talking about that. Coming down. What do you think about human rights report on the current government for the first year?
Oh man, it's gonna shoot. I think it's not going to be good. Like the Jason said, we have not had one, and I'm also looking around the elections period too. There was a few deaths around the election period that have not been investigated. Matter of fact, some of those people have, to the best of my knowledge, have surfaced in the government, and so that's something to look up for.
I expect B-mounting that violence there. B-mounting
violence. I expect Lufa. I expect the young guy that died in Monrovia. We have a video of that thing that was circulating.
Yes.
Yeah. So those
why would B-mounting be a human rights report dent on the government? Because I followed that story. The people even burned down the police station. The police. I mean, the violence started from the people.
Yeah, but we look at King George.
Let me ask you something, yeah?
That would be
the Liberia National Police, and we have all the documents and all the report. The Liberia National Police investigated themselves and vindicated themselves. They want us to believe that they were
but that's the protocol at the police station. They got a board of investigation.
But they should have got an independent investigator.
If we have, listen, I should be the first person criticizing Joseph Boakai government because you know where I stand on the issue. But I want to be honest here. The police has a board of investigators. They don't just go and take the case outside to put investigate them. They have the board of investigators, and they have their board of appeal.
What about King George?
I come in.
But King George, talking about King George.
I know about King George's situation. I've reported it on my website. If you go there, you see some.
I mean, your website, nobody knows your website.
But what I'm saying is, What I'm saying is, Katama, I don't have any job. I don't have time for a job. What I'm trying to say, the police investigating a search does not necessarily mean that they are doing the wrong thing. If anybody feel aggrieved, they have the right to go outside the police to lodge their complaint, either to the Justice Ministry or even issue a writ or a lawsuit against the police for any violation. So if the police investigated certain officers and say these officers are all clear, and I get to know I was victimized, I have the right to go further.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say.
But Gibson, I think the same time each, we know the police will do the internal investigation, but those cases have national implications so much so that the Ministry of Justice should be the one doing the investigation. You shouldn't be having the police and officers themselves, because you're having police officers in this case who are involved with the killing of civilians. So let's bring in the prosecutors from the Ministry of Justice to do that investigation.
I think that groups accuse the police, so police get to an independent. And guess what?
Yeah,
the order of fine was given by the commanders who are doing the investigation. So the center point is,
let me ask you something quick.
Katama, I want you to come from there. I want you to say today, was there any definitive proof or evidence to show that the police killed anybody?
My man, there's not evidence. The investigation can do that. That's why they want investigation.
But I'm saying.
But Gerald, let me ask you a question. Gerald,
I beg you, care 1 minute. Gerald, do you have the report?
No,
which report? The police
the National Police report on the Kenjor case. Do you have it? If you don't have it, I will send it to you. I'm asking if you don't have it, I'll send it to you. I think you need to read it before you talk.
You got it all one. You got it all report.
They got two reports. They got all one and new one.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Give them the answer to them, man.
Kesama will have less time. Let me ask you, what's your thoughts on Gafwan interview yesterday? Quick, before we go, what's your thought?
Yeah, Katama on this one.
What's your thoughts on Gafwan interview yesterday? Quick.
Gafwan was posturing yesterday, man.
Nelson, are you there? Can you come on, Nelson?
What's your thoughts? Quick, Katama, what's your thoughts on the interview yesterday?
I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
I expected more. Not his best. I'll be honest. I felt that one of the questions that I think what Dualo asked the question, what is the difference between that mission and that mission? I thought the economic issue is subject to a lot of things. There's a status quo budget. The budget is incrementing all the different areas. The whole thing, you can reform. There are no changes, there's no shift. The executive pay increment, NSA, the legislature, different aspects. There was no the government taking a strong stand. The president said that we need to cut some waste. It was just all over the place. So I thought you would have made it.
I'll interrupt you. Don't fall for Kev question. A my question from CDC playbook. We gotta go. Yeah, the final minister did his best. Let's move on.
It was a flop.
I will not allow Ketema to say anything more. Yeah.
I gave one thing I gave the minister, though. He was so composed. I like his demeanor. There's something I like.
It was a flop, Clinton. It was
I think the minister did great yesterday.
Nah, he did not.
For me, there were more questions.
There will be people on our show. I can tell you
there were more questions.
The minister did great yesterday, but as a minister, he was talking too much. He could have just got the answer short. But look at some of the great things this minister said he would do. And one thing amongst them all, he said, Stanton, guys, next year,
how about the bailout? How about the bailout?
Next year, hold me onto everything I'm telling you today.
Where about the harmonization? Where about the harmonization? Did he answer the harmonization?
And I think it was just a unique interview for his first time.
What about the harmonization?
I really thought we should have analyzed the performance yesterday or today.
Yeah.
You guys
Gaffer was saying
What's the rushing on the issue? Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was a flop. It was a flop.
Gaffer was not
Like
himself yesterday. Gaffer was not himself. I know he's very intelligent, but yesterday the harmonization issue and the fact that
the harmonization question. Yeah.
The government are not definitive.
Yeah.
Exposed
I agree.
yesterday.
When I asked the harmonization issue, he admitted it's not the harmonization issue is not off the book 100%. He said they got some merits and demerits. That's what he said. They got some good and they got some bad.
Words. Why got merit and demerit?
It's okay to agree that not everything about the harmonization was good.
My man, the person they don't want no harmonization. That's what they campaign with.
I want to campaign on.
That political talk. So let's move on.
Oh, it's okay. So the minister on political.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow, man. Tomorrow.
Thank you, Ketema. Thank you, Clinton. See you tomorrow. Nobody got it. They won't care put the minister in today. The minister did his best yesterday. He gone, okay?
Even that's
yeah. Again, I think you need to make that phone call. Bashar now is in Russia. Talk to your uncle. I think Kev Atman Hassan Hussein. It's good to have you.
Yes, I go through the airport. They had to stop us in France. That's why I had to go outside France. They stopped me in
I didn't go outside France. I beg you. I didn't go outside. Leave me alone, bye.
They stopped us in France for me. That's why I had to go outside to rectify for me to leave. They stopped me in France. Yeah, man.
He came to me begging. Say, can you go talk for me? I beg you. Because he couldn't speak. I went there, the French guy said, chef de vous? I said, comment ça va?
They say, I can't go. That's why I had to leave the airport and went outside France and rectify for me to board the plane. Seriously. Then he won't put me in trouble. That's not my people.
Thank you.
Everybody, the people just decided to stop you. They look at
Kev. Look at Kev. Kev is a CDC terrorist. Look at Kev.
I tell you, but Satan they were for me. Satan were waiting. Satan they were. Otherwise, I could have been in France. But anyway, next show, man.
Kev, thank you very much, my brother. It's always good to see you. We'll see you around by God's grace. Thank you. All right. Nelson, thanks, man. I'm tired, Nelson. Yeah, but have a good night, Nelson. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Okay, sir. Well, folks, thank you for being here with us tonight. It's been another great show. Spoon Talk will be on the radio tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. One-on-one has been another great one. And we want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight on this edition of the program. Many thanks to our folks across Radio Lane. As you know, we are always live on radio across the country. 101.1, that's Fabric Radio, 107.5 on Spoon FM, and thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program, making sure that the Liberians across the country are informed every single day. And thanks to the team, Trust FM in Bomi County, Premium FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Tonight, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi, Nimba County, and all of those radio stations that are always relaying the program. I want to say thanks for making sure that Liberians are informed. And thanks to our folks online, our many online followers, our many folks who always join us. We appreciate you, whether on Spoon TV, on Fabric TV, or on Super TV, or maybe on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We say thanks for always being here to us. We want to do a special birthday greeting. Oh my word. want to do a special okay, so let's do a special birthday greeting for one of the ardent followers of the Spoon Show. AJ, you celebrated your birthday on the 7th. Yes, the 7th was your birthday. Your mom, Madam Marcia Snelling, who happens to be an ardent follower of the show Spoon Talk, and the entire crew here, saying we're all saying happy birthday to you as you celebrate your birthday, as you enter a new age. AJ, happy birthday to you. And we wish you all the very best as you celebrate your natal day. And your mom, Madam Marcia Snelling, is also sending a special birthday greeting to you. She's saying happy birthday to you as well. Well, and to all of you celebrating birthdays today, we want to say happy birthday to you. Thanks for always being here with us. And yes, I see a few of you. Ruth Koba, my roof. Thanks for always being here. AJ, I see you in the comment section as well. Thanks for joining us, brother Sir Johnson. We appreciate you. May God love me. Fidesco Tier, Charles Delan, Mary Findajima. We appreciate all of you for being here with us. You can join us tomorrow for another great show. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Allah.